Phantom holds a massive historical lead with a 67% win rate over Havoc. It's really not surprising seeing a heavy favorite start the server with a clean win. The question is if Havoc can find some answers to that precision. Another clean exit for Havoc. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, sweeping this opening stretch. The gap in the ladder is feeling very apparent right now. Absolutely untouchable. He's just completely dismantled Havoc's confidence in a total whitewash. Havoc manages to find a way back, securing the kill from the ramp. He's fighting an uphill battle against the top seed today. Havoc is starting to stack up the rounds here, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold the ramp. Phantom has looked totally dominant in their last 5 head-to-head meetings. Well, it's no surprise the top seed is making quick work of the early game. We'll see if Havoc can actually keep a lead together today. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, holding a comfortable 5-round lead. The top seed is proving far too consistent tonight. He just can't find an answer for that high ground, extending the lead to 8-2. The world number 1 is simply in another league today. A complete shutdown as he extends his run to 4 straight kills. He is firmly in control and showing why he sits atop the ladder. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. The number 1 seed is playing his usual game, and Havoc just hasn't been able to stop the bleeding. Time for a complete reset. Phantom secures the advantage from the ramp, leaving Havoc with a mountain to climb. Looking at the recent form, a 20% success rate is a tough hole to dig out of. Phantom is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 10-4. A glimpse of potential from the 6th ranked player. Incredible! He barely scrapes through that fight, finally knocking Phantom off the ramp with a sliver of health. Phantom is just too fast for him today. That was a blink and you miss it engagement. Havoc is staying tenacious, refusing to let this match slip away entirely. Just a few more wins and the underdog manages a shocker here. A lightning fast response from the top seed, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! He closes out the series with a gritty fight to take the map. A really tough way to start the day for the number 6 seed, who just couldn't keep up with that speed. What a scramble. Havoc barely survives a wild trade and manages to knock Catalyst off the wine box. Catalyst looks a lot more comfortable now, using that ramp to shut things down and even the score. His superior head-to-head record is starting to show. Havoc is really leaning on that 51% win rate here to close the gap. It's an interesting pivot because he usually finds himself on the losing end of these matchups. He's definitely fighting against the grain today. Havoc holds a narrow lead as we enter round 5. Tough break for the challenger after that loss to Phantom earlier today. Catalyst catches him clearly on the planks here to bring us right back to a dead heat. He's definitely carrying a lot of weight after that tough outing against Phantom. Havoc is really finding some wind here, securing that point from the wine box to push his lead further. He's really fighting through a rough stretch of results today. A quick snap from the ramp and Catalyst brings this whole thing back to a dead draw. Both players are really grinding for leverage in this set. Havoc manages to edge ahead, putting him up 5-4. Hard to shake that recent 6-13 result he took against Phantom. Catalyst finds his mark from the bricks, and we've got a deadlocked battle here. It is definitely an uphill climb for Havoc right now. Havoc looks incredibly comfortable. Plunk. It's a complete reversal from that previous meeting on Blame Mappas. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's exactly how we expected this to go. Catalyst is holding his ground, but Havoc is definitely playing with a lot of confidence despite those recent losses. Havoc is just a single point clear at 7-6. Tough to ignore that rank 7 tag on the ladder. And just like that, Catalyst pulls them level at 7-all. This is shaping up to be a real toss-up. Havoc just shut that down quickly, catching Catalyst right as he stepped out on the ramp. A huge shift for the lower rated man here. Havoc is really fighting the grain here, especially since Catalyst holds a 69% head-to-head advantage. You can tell he's playing with a point to prove. This is a completely different energy than the matches we've seen from him today. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely scrubs through that exchange to shut him down on the ramp, evening it up at 9-9. He's really struggling to find any consistency tonight. He's just completely taking over now, stacking another one on top of that run. It's a tough spot for the man coming off that rough day. The momentum has completely shifted, and he just wiped the floor with Havoc from that ramp. Havoc puts up a strong response from the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's certainly proving that the map advantage is on his side. That's a huge play from the ramp, putting him just one round away from victory. Everything is shaking out exactly how the pre-match odds predicted. Absolutely insane. He barely survives with a sliver of health to deny the match point. The tension is through the roof right now. Absolutely effortless. Catalyst closes the door with a perfect finish to secure the win. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final spark to close it out. What a fight. Phantom sits at the very top of our rating for a reason. He typically controls the pace in these battles, but it's due to noting that Catalyst has a strong record in their most recent head-to-heads. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge translates today. He's simply too fast right now, sweeping the first 3 rounds without taking a single hit. The top seed is putting on a clinic early here. Finally, an answer from Catalyst, responding with a sharp shot to stop that initial run. Phantom is quickly regaining his lead, though he had to work for that one with Catalyst tucked away on the Tetris. Phantom is just relentlessly dominant with a 5-1 lead. He's showing why he holds that top spot on our rating. Another point for the favorite, who just won't let his opponent get any breathing room. An interesting flip from their last meeting on the dunes. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that chaotic trade, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Catalyst has an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a terrifying level of momentum that seems to be bleeding into the server right now. We have to wonder if Phantom can find a way to break this rhythm. Phantom clears him right off the ramp, putting a serious dent in that mini comeback attempt. He's firmly back in control of the server. Phantom's just cruising now, extending the gap to 8-3. He's really playing like the league's top-rated talent right now. Phantom takes a huge lead at 9-3. We expected Catalyst to walk away with this one, but the underdog is completely dismantling him right now. He's really capitalizing on every single mistake. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Phantom is basically untouchable, pushing the lead to 10-3. His number 1 rank is on full display right now. The speed of these encounters is incredible. Phantom is just making short work of him. A stark contrast to that 13-11 result from their last meeting. Catalyst manages to pull him off the ramp, fighting back to keep things interesting. Both of these players have an incredibly similar win rate on this map. A brutal scramble between them both on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top for another point. He is leaning into that recent success against this particular opponent. That was a quick burst to put him at the edge of victory. A huge shift in tempo from that last pair of exchanges. A completely clean shot from Catalyst to keep the dream alive. The underdog is definitely showing some grit here. He's staying composed, shutting down that momentum swing with another fast shot. What a fight! He barely survives with a sliver of health to close out the match. He's really reminding everyone that he belongs at the top of the mountain. A very clean performance today. Phantom is the clear favorite here with a 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a huge margin that usually translates to a very comfortable lead. The real question is whether Havoc can actually disrupt that dominance today. Both players went for the ramp, but Phantom had the faster reaction time. And he's clearly in form after that 13-7 victory over Catalyst. We've got a dead heat now with Phantom and Havoc tied up. It's a bold look for the 7th ranked player right now. Havoc has the edge with a slim 3-2 lead. He's making the world rank 1 look very human right now. That was a scramble to the finish, and he comes out on top to take a commanding lead. He is just totally in control right now, shutting things down in less than a second. A perfect response from Phantom, who is refusing to let the lead slip further. He's showing incredible grit, cutting through the defense to stay right in this. Havoc is playing way above his usual level today, which is impressive considering his 20% win rate over the last 10 games. He's effectively flipped the script on how these two usually interact. It will be interesting to see if he can keep up this pace as the pressure mounts. We're heading into the break with Havoc up 7-5. I mean, this is a huge surprise given the rankings. The underdog is currently outplaying the top seed in a way we didn't expect. Let's see if the momentum holds. Phantom is staying composed, simply outdueling his opponent to keep the gap narrow. The favorite is finally starting to assert his presence. And just like that, he wipes the board clean, picking Havoc off the ramp to level the series. The momentum shift is a total nightmare for Havoc. Havoc just proves he can hold his ground, shutting Phantom down even while he was holding the height advantage. Havoc is putting on an absolute clinic right now, continuing his run with a really impressive series of rounds. A surprising turn of events for the top seed. He is showing some serious steel here, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this. He's fighting hard to prove the top rank isn't just a label. Havoc keeps his composure, extending the lead to 10-8. It's a complete reversal of their typical dynamic. Unreal, he almost went down, but manages to hold the ramp and secure a nail-biting victory. He's just barely escaping that with a handful of health left. He's simply too fast right now, moving within spitting distance of a victory. A clean shot from Phantom to stall the momentum and keep the fight alive. He's really fighting to justify that top seed status now. What a tenacious push by Phantom, who just dropped his opponent off the ramp to keep this series breathing. He's simply not backing down, securing another victory to put immense pressure on the leader. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc secures the victory with a crushing final shot. To pull this off after that last disaster of a set just goes to show how much heart he's got today. He really earned this one. Hard-fought win. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 924 wins over Havoc. That kind of dominance creates a huge mental hurdle for Havoc to overcome. He'll need to find a way to disrupt the pattern early. He's simply too fast right now, extending the gap to a 3-round lead. A strong response from Havoc to secure the round and chip away at that early lead. He refuses to back down and keeps this pressure on. The underdog is starting to make his presence felt. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that deficit to even the score. Purely outplayed, he's now taken the lead with 4 straight rounds. He's certainly not playing like the underdog right now. Catalyst answers right back to bring this set level. Both players are sitting right at the same win rate here. He's showing some real grit, fighting his way back into the lead. The momentum is swinging back and forth every single time. He's keeping the pressure on, securing another round to extend his lead. The favorite is starting to look really uncomfortable here. A lightning fast reaction time puts him firmly in control as he continues this surge. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing a total reversal of the usual script here. This is a huge shift given how rarely Catalyst loses the head-to-head battle. Time to reset and refocus. A pristine kill to open the second half, keeping him firmly in the driver's seat. He's making it look far too easy today. Catalyst simply refuses to let this game slip away, knocking Havoc right off the ramp. The composure is returning just when he needs it most. He just looks completely untroubled, walking away with that one without taking a scratch. That's a much tighter contested battle than we expected going in. What a scrap! Both of them were nearly out of health, but he managed to scrape through that exchange. He barely walked away from that exchange. What a nail-biter! He barely survives that slugfest to keep his climb toward the lead alive. He's making some incredibly gutsy plays with his health so low. Absolutely effortless. He's now completely neutralized the lead to bring us back to a dead-even split. Havoc keeps his foot on the gas from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally. The tide is turning for the underdog here. What a turnaround! He's completely wiped out that deficit to bring the score level. Just a sheer clash of wills at this point. What a fight! He barely outlasts the exchange to secure an 11-10 lead. His confidence is skyrocketing as we head into the closing stretch. He's simply too strong right now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's really defying the odds in this encounter. Unbelievable. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect sequence to claim the match. It's a massive result for the underdog, finally breaking that losing streak against his old rival. A huge statement win, a hard-fought victory. Phantom enters this as the top-rated player in our rankings, yet he's staring at a slow start. It's interesting because he holds a huge historical advantage on this map, so we have to see if he can translate that confidence into these early rounds. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back. The number 1 seed is really asserting himself here. That was a lightning fast exchange, and it brings everything right back to a dead heat. He's showing plenty of resilience against the top seed. Catalyst has a 1-round cushion right now. Catalyst really seems to have the measure of him today. The momentum has completely shifted as he takes another clean fight to extend the lead. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom manages to claw one back, narrowing the gap to just a single round. And we're perfectly level again at 4 apiece. He's firmly in control of their head-to-head history. He's totally taken over now, securing another effortless point to keep the streak alive. His overall consistency is on full display right now. Catalyst finds the angle from the ramp to bring the score back to a deadlock. It is a much tighter contest than the rank suggests. Phantom manages to reclaim a narrow 1-round advantage. This feels like a return to their usual dynamic. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, Catalyst was expected to take this, but he's struggling to keep pace with the top seed. We'll see if the Underdogs' map specialty continues to pay off. Let's see how Catalyst responds. Phantom is just barely holding onto that 7-6 lead. This has been a very different story than their last meeting. Catalyst just catches him as he's pushing the ramp, and we've got ourselves a real battle here. Looking back at their last encounter, this is a huge improvement. Phantom edges ahead again, putting him 1 up. The top 5 in our rating are really going at it today. Unreal. He clings to life with practically nothing left to barely secure the win. Absolutely ice in his veins to close that one out. Phantom pushes ahead to 9, barely holding a lead. That's a strong showing for someone sitting in the 5th spot. Phantom's use of the ramp is proving to be a huge advantage in these exchanges. Definitely a more comfortable pace than their last meeting. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange to widen the lead to 11-8. He looks every bit the top seed in this stretch. He stays sharp, putting a quick stop to the run and refusing to go away quietly. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite to seal this. That was incredibly sharp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's really taking full advantage of his superior placement on the ladder. He stays aggressive and keeps this battle alive, refusing to let the favorite walk away with it. That was a quick trade to keep the pressure high. A huge defensive play from the ramp as he continues this gritty run. He's keeping a very cool head under this immense pressure. What a finish! He survives a brutal exchange to finally close out the series. He really clung to life in those tight spots to seal the deal. A tough way to go out for Catalyst. He had to work for that. What a start! Havoc barely scrapes through that opening exchange, surviving by a hair. Phantom has an incredibly high 67% lifetime win rate against this opponent. It's an awkward start for him because Havoc actually won their most recent encounter as well. The pressure is on the favorite to prove this isn't an upset in the making. Havoc is just dominating with a massive 3-1 lead. He's really putting on a show against the top seed right now. The speed of these exchanges is just unbelievable. Phantom isn't getting any time to breathe. The world's top player is looking completely lost out there. He's completely taken over this match, leaving Phantom in his wake. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just erasing the competition in a heartbeat. Phantom finally answers back, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The number 1 seed just needed to settle in. What a scrap! He walks away from that chaotic trade with almost nothing left in the tank. A huge difference in ranking, yet the momentum is clearly shifted. Phantom is a force to be reckoned with over his long history, boasting a total win rate of 64%. It's just that Havoc has found a way to be a complete nightmare for him throughout this specific series. He'll need to shut that down quickly to avoid another upset. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a total reversal of the rankings right now. He's outperforming the world's best player by a wide margin to start this one. Time for a total reset. Havoc still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He needs to find some stability if he wants to close this gap. He's playing with real grit now, cleaning up from the box to secure another round. The momentum is shifting in a big way here. Havoc is still firmly in control at 9-6. A tough spot for a player with such a dominant head-to-head lead. He's showing a lot of resolve, putting up another fight to narrow this gap. He definitely has the skill set to claw back into this. He's staying focused, punishing Havoc right off that box to keep this rally going. Phantom's pushing hard, trailing by just 2 now. The gap in the rankings really isn't showing right now. He's refusing to go away, taking a completely clean round to tighten the score to 9-10. Unbelievable! We have a dead heat at 10-all after that lightning fast kill. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking complete control of the series with another effortless win. He is simply on a roll, putting his opponent in a desperate spot with a 12-10 lead. A rapid response from Havoc, keeping his hopes alive with a lightning strike. He's refusing to fold despite the pressure of the ranking gap. Unbelievable! Phantom completes a staggering comeback to seal the victory. He really pushed him to the brink of defeat today, but in the end the world number 1 just barely held on. He had to earn every bit of that result. What a fight! Catalyst holds a dominant 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, but Havoc is the one currently in control after taking their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can recover from this slow start. Havoc is just out-dueling him right now, catching Catalyst easily off the Tetris. The ranking gap is barely there between these two. Catalyst uses that high ground on the ramp to secure a tight round and bring things right back to a deadlock. Both are fighting hard to erase their recent loss to Phantom. Catalyst is starting to put some serious distance between himself and Havoc here. Havoc has had the upper hand in a few of their recent sets. A dead heat at 3-all for these two. He's really leaning into that confidence from their last encounter. Havoc edges ahead, holding a slim 4-3 lead. A tough stretch for the favorite, who's barely won a map today. The momentum is shifting back and forth quickly, making it nearly impossible to tell who's really in control here. Catalyst claws back to lead 5-4. Both competitors are looking for their first real win of the day. Havoc is really making the most of that Tetris block to keep things level. Catalyst has the read on him, cutting him down right as he tried to take that boost height. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. It's a very balanced start that keeps things right where we expected them to be. Catalyst is fighting a tough slump, but he's holding his own here. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc is simply too fast today, punishing Catalyst's push up the ramp to extend the lead. His recent record shows he can really hold his ground against the higher ranked players. Havoc is really putting on a show right now, securing another win from the Tetris. That's a really tough stretch for him today. Havoc keeps his narrow 1-point advantage. He's certainly trying to shake off that tough 3-game slide. And we're back to square one, locked at 8 apiece. He's looking a lot more like a top 5 rated player now. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the ramp to pick up a crucial round. Another tie. We're completely locked at 9 each. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. Catalyst is really starting to stack up the wins and he looks very comfortable holding that ramp position. He's finally moving past that recent struggle against Phantom. Absolutely untouched. He's on a roll now, taking a commanding lead into the final stretch. He's starting to reclaim the top 5 spot on the ladder. Unbelievable. He just completely dismantled Havoc from the air, moving himself to the brink of victory. Purely outclassed in a sequence like that. Havoc refuses to go down quietly, fighting back to keep the dream alive. That kill definitely gives him a huge spark of energy. What a gritty exchange. Havoc claws back another round to keep this series alive. He's effectively stalled the momentum of the higher seed. Incredible! He's completely erased the deficit, forcing this an absolute deadlock going into the extra frames. Simply a different level of precision right now. He's completely taking over this game. Total dominance to close things out. Simply relentless. He's now claimed 5 straight to firmly seize control of this overtime battle. The upset of the day is looking more and more likely. He breaks the momentum and manages to clear the ramp for a vital point. An impressive showing from the number 6 seed. This is turning into a total war of attrition. Neither one of these guys is willing to let the other pull away. A high-stakes duel between two of the top 6 players in the league. Havoc secures a pivotal round here, shutting him down on the ramp to reach match point. Just a cold-blooded sequence to bring it right back to a tie. A lightning-fast response from Catalyst to keep the game going. A lightning-fast exchange to stop that match point. Havoc stays a single step ahead at 16-15. Havoc keeps the heat on, extending that 2-round gap. The pressure is really mounting on the higher ranked player now. Havoc is just one step from the finish line. He's finally turning things around after those crushing defeats to Phantom. A total stalemate once again, sitting even at 17. This is a massive fight between two of our top 6 players. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, barely keeping his lead. He is playing with so much confidence right now. Catalyst extends his grip, pushing the tally to 19-17. He just couldn't find a way to close the door in those final moments. What a fight! Phantom is currently boasting a 66% win rate on this map. Well, it's easy to see why he's the top seed on our ladder, especially after taking down Catalyst in their previous encounter. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going. Phantom is putting on a clinic here, really capitalizing on those quick reactions to grab another lead. Catalyst is really leaning into the aggression here, catching Phantom out on the wine to keep things even. Catalyst now holds a narrow edge at 3-2. He's definitely proving to be a tough matchup today. A total shutdown as Catalyst keeps the streak alive, claiming his 3rd straight point. The top-rated guy on our ladder is really feeling the pressure. Total perfection from Catalyst, who just extinguished that early lead entirely. He's simply not missing a beat, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. The top-seeded guy is definitely facing a steep uphill climb. He's just untouchable right now, extending this run to 6 straight. Everything is currently leaning in favor of the 5th best player on the ladder. A sharp response from Phantom, who finally puts a halt to that runaway sequence. The number 1 seed is finally showing some fight. Catalyst is really putting on a show today, completely shifting the dynamic of this series. We head into the break, with Catalyst leading 8-4. I mean, things are going exactly as the analysts predicted today. He's really in control of this pace and looking very strong. Time for a complete reset. Phantom has clearly found a better flow in these last few rounds, and it makes sense when you see how his recent results have trended today. He's already coming off a victory against Catalyst earlier this session, so he knows exactly how to dismantle his defense. Catalyst reacts instantly from the vine to stop that push and keeps his hold on this lead. Catalyst is surging ahead with a commanding 10-6. A very unexpected turn of events given the gap in their ratings. Phantom manages to hold a strong vantage point on the vine, clawing back another round. A solid start to the day for him, having already secured 4 wins. He's not letting up, continuing this surge to keep the pressure on. A huge swing for the man who started this day as the odds-on favorite. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just too fast right now, and that's 3 straight for the top seed. He shuts that door quickly, reclaiming the upper hand. He has managed to hold his own against the number 1 seed today. He answers back immediately, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the favorite. What an incredible fight, refusing to go down quietly as he forces this game to continue. He's just too steady right now, keeping this comeback alive when it matters most. The favorite is starting to look like his usual self. Unbelievable! Catalyst secures the final blow and closes out the map. He just couldn't find that final answer against a player who's been a nightmare for him lately. What a fight! Phantom enters this series with a huge advantage, holding a 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear why he's the heavy favorite here, but Havoc is already showing he can challenge that dominance. Let's see if he can keep this early pressure up. He's just too fast right now, powering through to a 3-round lead. It's an unexpected start for the top seed on the ladder. A lightning-fast reaction from Phantom, proving he's still very much in this game. A strong response from the top-seeded player. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4. Quite a shift from their last meeting on Dunes. He's refusing to back down, claws back another round to keep the deficit manageable. He knows exactly how to close these gaps out. Absolutely flawless timing here, as he continues this push to chip away at the lead. Havoc has only won about 30% of his most recent 10 matches, so he's really fighting against a bit of a slump here. It's a huge mental victory for him to be leading a player of Phantom's caliber right now. He's showing some real grit now, stepping up to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is still firmly in control right now. Havoc keeps the momentum, sitting pretty at 7-4. He's putting a lot of pressure on the league leader right now. We go into the break with Havoc holding an 8-4 lead. I mean, it's an incredible start for the lower ranked player to be controlling the pace like this. Let's see if the world #1 can stop the bleeding. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is simply dominating, extending that lead to 9-4. Truly impressive stuff from the #6 player in the league. Havoc is just on fire, now sitting at 10-4. A totally different story than their last encounter. He's completely untouchable, cruising to another victory without taking a single point of damage. A shocking reversal from how things went down on Dunes. Unbelievable. He almost let that one slip, but manages to scrape by for another win, putting him just 1 round away from the series. He just barely survived that last exchange. A clean response to keep his hopes alive for now. He needs a huge run of momentum to flip this script. Unreal. He closes it out with a quick burst to seal the victory. Just a total statement win from the underdog, proving he can definitely hang with the world #1 today. Catalyst is dominating the long-term head-to-head record with over 900 wins. That huge gap in experience should be providing a lot of confidence here. The real question is whether Havoc can translate this early lead into an actual upset. Catalyst is picking up speed, easily catching Havoc as he tried to hold that ramp angle. That top 5 ranking is definitely showing. Havoc is staying aggressive and managed to clear Catalyst right off that ramp to keep things even. Havoc is showing plenty of fight despite the historical gap. Havoc holds the narrow edge at 3-2. He really shifted the momentum after that close loss earlier today. Havoc secures another victory from the boxes, extending his current run to 3 straight. A surprising flip from their most recent meeting. And Catalyst gets back in the game, bringing the score to 3-4. He's got plenty of experience on this map to lean on. We are completely deadlocked now at 4 apiece. The gap in their recent form is clearly starting to show. He just keeps pushing through, cutting him down from the ramp to take a lead. He's showing why he holds the higher spot on the ladder. He's just totally in control now, extending his run to 4 straight. He looks far more comfortable here than he did in their last set. What a statement! He closes out another round with ease, moving into the break with a 5-round heater. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He's simply looking too sharp here on red line to let Havoc stay in this. Havoc needs to find a spark. Catalyst has converted that 74% map win rate into a massive advantage. You know, he's completely shifted the energy since the half. It'll take a perfect sequence of rounds for Havoc to even get back into this. Catalyst is just running away with it at 10-5. He is definitely the one to beat in this set. Havoc is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight as these two start trading rounds back and forth. The gap between these two is nearly non-existent on the rankings. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, leading 10-7. The underdog is definitely finding some gaps in the defense. He clears the ramp once again, keeping his side of the scoreboard moving. His confidence is skyrocketing with every one of these wins. He uses the ramp to secure another quick win. His recent form has definitely been more consistent across the board. Havoc is digging deep here, refusing to let this lead slip away. That was a quick trade to keep the pressure on. He's showing incredible grit, managing to outlast Catalyst and knock him off the ramp. He's definitely proving he can handle the pressure in a tight game. And he answers back immediately. Catalyst puts himself just one step away from victory. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a battle! Phantom holds a commanding 68% win rate on this map, which normally makes him the clear choice for the advantage. It's interesting because he's currently fighting a bit of a slump after that last loss to Catalyst. We'll see if he can recover his composure quickly. Catalyst takes a commanding lead, putting Phantom on the back foot. He really needs to shake off that recent loss from their previous encounter. Catalyst is putting some serious pressure on the #1 seed early on. Catalyst stays hot with a slim 3-2 advantage. It's a surprising flip from their previous encounter. Catalyst is really making something of himself today, easily picking Phantom off the ramp. Tough start for the top seed today. Catalyst is cruising now, pushing ahead to a 4-3 lead. Catalyst has entered this server on a serious run, taking his last 3 matches in a row. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this specific map. He's effectively raising the gap between himself and the top seed right now. Phantom is really starting to tilt the scales back in his favor, securing another clean round from the ramp. The tide has completely turned and he's now firmly in control heading into the final round of the half. A huge shift in momentum for the top player in the league. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, while the underdog is certainly defying the odds right now. He looked completely outmatched early, but that 4-round run completely shifted the energy of this map. Let's see if that momentum sticks. Phantom really owned that space, picking Catalyst off the ramp and continuing his surge toward a double-digit lead. He's really asserting his dominance as the top seed here. Phantom is just too quick for him right now, easily shutting down Catalyst on the ramp. Phantom's now sitting pretty with a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's playing a lot like he did in their last meeting. Phantom was too fast there, catching Catalyst while he was perched up on the wine box. Looking at the head-to-head, he's definitely the one who usually controls these matchups. Catalyst is trading rounds with him now, making it a lot closer as we head toward the finish line. Phantom has a huge grip on this match now, and he's really starting to pull away from the competition. He's proving why he holds that #1 spot on the ladder. Unbelievable. He almost went down but managed to claw his way through that firefight to reach match point. That was a razor-thin margin for the favorite. Catalyst delivers a precise response, quickly dropping the favorite right off that ramp. That's a really clean way to close out the round. Another flawless play from the wine box to keep the dream alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with an absolute beauty from the ramp to secure the victory. That's an incredible way to snap a losing streak. He really stepped up when it mattered most tonight. Phantom has won 67% of their lifetime encounters, which really highlights how firmly he typically controls this matchup. But the most recent time these two crossed paths, Havoc was the one who secured a decisive victory. We'll see if that confidence carries over to today. Havoc found the right angle from the Tetris to secure a round, keeping this match very tight. He really is playing like one of the top 6 in the league today. Phantom is cruising right now with a comfortable 3-1 lead. The world number 1 is certainly showing his class right now. Phantom just keeps piling on with a 4-1 lead. Havoc has certainly had the skill to push this high up the ladder. Havoc is showing some real grit, picking Phantom off the Tetris to keep this fight alive. He's definitely making his presence felt in the early stages. Phantom is looking a lot more comfortable now, utilizing that ramp height to put another one in the win column. What a chaotic exchange. Both players were reeling from the damage, but he just barely scraped through that firefight. He's looking a lot more like the favorite now. Unreal! He barely survives that scramble from the ramp, keeping the current streak alive. A sharp reaction there to shut down the momentum and get another on the board. It's a tough uphill battle for him right now. Phantom just completely shut that down, picking Havoc right off the Tetris. He's really starting to look like the top seed again. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, this is exactly the kind of start we expected from the top seed. He's using his map knowledge well, while Havoc is struggling to find an answer. Time for Havoc to dig in. What a fight! He manages to clutch out that intense brawl with a tiny sliver of health. That's an incredibly narrow escape for the league leader. Phantom has a 50% win rate in his last 10 matches, and honestly he is looking even more potent than that tonight. He's simply outclassing Havoc in every exchange as the lead swells. He just completely blindsided Havoc from the box to move within 2 of the finish line. Havoc manages to secure a clean win here to stay in the fight. He's certainly putting up a fight, despite the rating difference. Absolutely frantic. He clawed out of that bloodbath just in time to put himself 1 round away from the win. Havoc holds his nerve in this exchange to force another round. Havoc is refusing to let the match just slip away. Game over. Phantom shuts it down right here to secure the series victory. He certainly answered those questions from their last meeting. This looks like a return to form for the top seed. Both of them were pushing the ramp, but Catalyst had the faster reaction to secure the opening frame. Catalyst is making it look easy early on, really putting his opponent under pressure right out of the gate. He's simply too fast right now, completely erasing any hope of a recovery. Havoc digs deep in a brutal exchange to finally get around on the board. Just a glimpse of the resilience the underdogs are known for. Catalyst has had the upper hand in almost every encounter, winning 69% of their lifetime matchups. It makes sense, given he's already beaten Havoc in their most recent duel as well. This is starting to look like another one-sided affair. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead. The gap between them on the ladder is surprisingly slim. Unbelievable. Havoc clings to life by a thread after that chaotic brawl on the ramp. That is a complete shift in energy. The momentum is fully shifting as he puts together another clean victory. That was an effortless stop to get the lead back to a 2-round cushion. Both of them are playing right at their usual level today. Catalyst is showing why he's considered a top-tier talent. Currently sitting at rank 5 in our rating, it's a tough hill to climb for Havoc, who just can't seem to close the distance today. He's really struggling to find a way back into this one. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. I mean, things are playing out pretty much how we thought they would. Havoc is staying competitive, but the higher seed is holding the advantage. Absolutely outclassed in this encounter, and he continues to claw his way back into this series. A really clean finish to tighten things up. Catalyst holds a narrow 2-round cushion over Havoc. It's a tough spot for the number 6 seed here. Catalyst is starting to pull away at 9-6. He's certainly enjoying his day today. He's refusing to back down and just walked through that exchange without taking a single hit. Catalyst is now 3 rounds clear at 10-7. His recent form is looking much sharper than his opponent's today. He survives a messy exchange to secure another point for himself. It's becoming a real battle of wills between these two. It's really starting to feel like a downhill slide for Havoc from here. That's a tough way to start the second half for the 6th seed. He converts that fight from the ramp, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He is definitely playing to his favorite status in this series. Game over? He seals the deal with 1 final burst to close out the match. It's just another one for the books. That historical edge is real, and it's clearly paying off today. Catalyst takes a strong early lead by controlling the ramp and putting the pressure on the world number 1. Phantom holds a substantial lead in their lifetime head-to-head record. It's a surprising start given how consistently he's beaten Catalyst in the past. He'll need to lean on that confidence to stop the early momentum. Catalyst is just cruising right now, sitting on a 3-1 lead. He's really fighting the grain of the odds makers today. These exchanges are happening so fast, they're both just trading blows right now. He's showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Catalyst is simply dominating a 4-2 lead here. Both of these veterans are coming into today with similar form. Phantom is keeping this very close, quickly cutting down the gap. He's definitely showing why he's at the top of the rating list. Phantom has won a clear 54% of their historical meetings, so yeah, the overall numbers heavily favor the top seed today. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term dominance ever starts to outweigh the current pressure Catalyst is putting on him. Perfect deadlock now. Phantom has completely leveled things up. Coming off a strong showing against Havoc recently. He just clears that ramp with ease, taking a commanding lead going into the break. Absolute complete reversal of the momentum here. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, this is actually exactly where we want it for a great series. Phantom is proving why he holds the #1 rank by staying steady against the pressure. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead with a slim 1-round advantage. He's clearly leaning into his side of the map advantage here. Total stalemate at 7-all, what a battle. This is a huge clash of styles for a top 5 matchup. They've been trading rounds back and forth since the half, and right now, it's a complete toss-up. He's definitely showing the poise of the top-rated player tonight. A dead heat at 8 apiece. What a nail-biter. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top seed tonight. Catalyst pushes ahead by 1 in a tight contest. He's really shaking off the result from their previous meeting today. Unbelievable! Phantom digs deep to survive a war of attrition and bring this back to a flat tie. The higher seed is definitely finding his footing now. Phantom takes a gritty 1-round lead into the 20th. It's a tricky spot for a player with his record on this surface. We've come full circle. Catalyst brings us back to a 10-10 tie. He's really making his presence felt against the top seed. Catalyst is starting to really pull away here, stacking up those quick wins back to back. He's really proven a point about that 49% win rate today. Phantom shuts that down quickly, catching Catalyst right as he held the ramp. A familiar outcome given how their most recent match ended. He shuts this one down completely and moves within touching distance of the victory. The underdog is really refusing to back down tonight. What a finish! Catalyst closes the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really fought back until the very end, but that final duel was just too clean. Unbelievable grit from the #1 seed. What a fight. Phantom enters this duel with a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 67% of their lifelong battles. Is clearly the favorite today, and that early lead just reinforces the pressure on Havoc. Now we'll see if anyone can actually slow him down. He's just on another level right now, securing a perfect start to the set. He's just simply refusing to let his opponent breathe, moving the score to 4-0. He's completely shut out his opponent, extending a perfect streak to 5. Finally, Havoc gets one on the board and halts the momentum. A solid effort from the 7th seed to shake things up. Phantom has an all-time win rate of 64%, which usually means he can close out a lead like this. But Havoc is showing some serious grit right now by taking 2 straight rounds. It will be interesting to see if this turnaround is a real shift in the map's dynamic. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to keep this comeback alive. This is a far cry from the predicted stomp. The charge continues as he hammers home another victory to tighten the gap. The underdog is putting the top seed on a real tightrope. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the top seed is doing his job, but Havoc is fighting way harder than he has in previous matchups. We'll see if he can keep this close. Time for a fresh start. Phantom edges further ahead, climbing to an 8-5 lead. The number 1 seed is starting to lock this down. Both players traded heavy fire, but the underdog survives this chaotic exchange to keep the pressure on. Havoc outduels him from below and catches the favorite right on the box. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unbelievable. He almost goes down, but manages to clutch out the win from that box by a sliver of health. It's a huge mental recovery for the top-ranked player. Both of them decided to climb, but Phantom won the fight for the high ground. He's refusing to let the top seed put this game away, keeping the deficit small. That was an effortless pick to keep the momentum swinging in the underdog's favor. Phantom is really starting to exert his will here as he pulls back into a comfortable lead. A lightning fast response here, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Havoc manages to carve out another win and shows real resolve in this situation. The underdog has completely flipped the script, keeping this battle alive with an incredible burst of energy. And there it is! Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final shot to take the series. He really had to dig deep to keep his composure there, but he just came out on top in the end. What a fight! Catalyst has a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 70% of their career matches together. He's certainly carrying that confidence into today's series. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can shake that trend early on. Catalyst is putting the squeeze on with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly fighting to overcome that previous 13-8 loss from earlier. Havoc has completely flipped the script here, grabbing all the momentum as we head into round 5. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control with a 3rd straight win. The top-seeded player is looking a bit shaky right now. Just an absolute wall of force as he picks him right off the vine. He's completely disregarding the historical trend. Catalyst claims the advantage from the wine to halt that run. He's definitely playing like the top 4 seed now. Deadlock at 4 apiece, and this is getting intense. The top 4 seed is looking very comfortable now. Havoc edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. He's really fighting through a tough slump in his recent form. A sharp reaction from Catalyst to shut things down and pull a round back from that spot. Catalyst takes the lead back up to 6-5. A tough afternoon so far for Havoc with those recent losses. We head into the break at 7-5 for Catalyst. Well, he's holding that slim advantage, just as the analyst expected. Both players traded big runs in the opening half, so this could easily swing the other way. Fresh start for both players here. Catalyst has an impressive 6-4 record over the last 24 hours. That high level of play is translating perfectly into this series. It's becoming a very uphill battle for Havoc to find an answer. A total shutout as Catalyst extends his run to 3 straight. He's clearly the more polished of the two today. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 4th straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Havoc puts up a strong fight here, evening out the exchange to get another round on the board. Absolute precision from Catalyst to put himself a single round away from victory. A completely untouched exchange as Havoc manages to hold his ground. A resilient effort from the underdog to keep this alive. What a finish! He closes this out with an effortless flick to secure the victory. He's just completely tightened his grip on this rivalry now, proving once again why he's the one to beat. Phantom historically holds a 54% win rate against Catalyst, and honestly, the higher rank doesn't seem to be helping him start this one. It will be interesting to see if that long-term edge can eventually overcome a slow start. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The top seed on the ladder finally answers back. The momentum has completely shifted. Phantom was reeling, but he's managed to claw back into a tie. We're seeing that top tier rating reflected in his efficiency. Catalyst is putting on a clinic right now, simply refusing to let Phantom get any footing. His high standing on the ladder hasn't translated to a lead yet. A dead heat at 3-all between these two. The number 1 seed is finally starting to look comfortable. Catalyst edges ahead, now leading 4-3. He's really asserting himself as the favorite here. Phantom manages to clear that ramp and keeps this stalemate going. That's a strong recovery after his loss on Orange earlier today. Catalyst reacts quickly, shutting him down before Phantom can capitalize on that ramp advantage. The number 4 seed is really holding his ground here. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with practically nothing left. That second place ranking is feeling a lot more comfortable right now. Phantom secures the high ground on that ramp and keeps this series incredibly close. He's looking to get back to that usual dominance in their head-to-heads. We're all tied up at 6-6 moving into the break. Honestly, Phantom is playing a lot more confidently than the odds makers expected. He's effectively neutralized the map advantage Catalyst usually enjoys on redline. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst handles the fight from the Tetris perfectly to regain the lead. He's really leaning into that recent form with his winning streak. That was a scramble of a fight on the ramp, and Catalyst is officially starting to pull away. A tough break for the top seed after those strong games earlier. A fierce duel where Catalyst manages to pick him off the ramp to extend his lead. His recent victory on Orange seems to have given him a real edge here. A gritty brawl between the two on the ramp ends with the veteran coming out on top. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to deliver. He knocks Catalyst right off the ramp to put a real dent in that lead. He's making this look like a very competitive series. Catalyst has managed to maintain a very consistent run of form with his 3-game win streak. He's clearly carrying that momentum into this map as well, since he's looking remarkably comfortable in these late rounds. He's really putting Phantom in a precarious spot. He's simply refusing to back down, keeping his head high to bring this set level. It's getting hard to remember who was actually supposed to win this. What a turnaround! He just deleted Catalyst from that ramp, and the momentum has completely flipped. The higher seed is finally playing like he belongs on top. He's absolutely on fire, pushing this streak to 4 and reaching match point. It's been a sheer display of dominance since the halfway point. A tough battle where the defender barely survives to hold that run, leaving the score at 12-11. A huge stop there to keep things interesting. Absolute chaos. Catalyst shuts everything down with another clean kill off the ramp to force overtime. Things are heating up just as they did in that Orange match. Phantom takes total control from the Tetris and continues this gritty rally back into the lead. He's finally asserting that expected control over this series. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, taking another intense engagement to move further ahead. He's finally showing the form that put him in the top 5. The surge continues as he puts immense pressure on his opponent, moving just one step closer to the finish. What a scramble. Both players were hammered, but Phantom somehow closed out the first round. Phantom has a strong history here, having won 67% of their total meetings. It makes sense that he's seeing that dominance continue today, given he's currently sitting at the top of our ladder. Now we just have to see if Havoc can find a way to break this pattern. A huge display of composure from Havoc, walking away completely unscathed to close the gap. A solid response from the underdog to keep things competitive. Havoc holds the advantage from the ramp to narrow the deficit. He's truly shifted the momentum in this series. Phantom regains control, pulling ahead by 2. It's a tough day for Havoc, who struggled with a poor 3-9 record lately. Phantom is cruising along with a comfortable 5-2 lead. The world number 1 is simply too consistent right now. A frantic scramble here, but he manages to outlast his opponent for another round. The top seed is simply playing his game perfectly. Absolutely effortless. He just keeps adding to that tally with another flawless exchange. Havoc secures another point and stops a total collapse. The 8th ranked player shows he can definitely hang with the top seed. Havoc has really struggled lately, coming into this match with a rough 3-9 record over the last day. It's making the climb back to a competitive score feel almost impossible. We're seeing if he can even salvage a few more rounds before this wraps up. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the half, and honestly, this is exactly how we saw this going. He's simply outclassing Havoc right now, proving why he's the top seed in the rankings. Havoc just managed to pick him off the ramp, refusing to let the lead grow even further. He's definitely fighting the tide of this series. Phantom's dominance is stifling now, leading 10-4. That was an incredibly fast rate of fire. He's just completely locked in. This is becoming a very one-sided affair. He's definitely proving the gap in their ratings today. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp to pick up another one, showing he's not just giving up. Phantom takes control from the ramp, bringing himself to match point. He's really asserting himself as the superior talent today. Havoc manages to put on a strong display from the ramp to delay the inevitable. He needs to keep this energy up to avoid a quick finish. Unbelievable finish. Phantom digs deep to close it out and secures the series. He's just in a league of his own right now. He really held his ground throughout the whole set. Catalyst owns the head-to-head matchup with a 69% win rate against his opponent, so it's really strange to see him starting the match on the back foot. He definitely needs to shake off that early mistake to stay in control. Catalyst now holds the lead, but Havoc is fighting back. He's really squeezing the life out of his opponent today. He absolutely punishes that angle from the ramp to extend his run. The 4th seed is looking extremely sharp right now. He's completely taking over the server, walking away from this trade without taking any damage. Exactly what we'd expect from the league's 4th ranked player. Simply unstoppable right now. He's claimed 5 straight to leave his opponent in the dust. Havoc finally answers back with a rapid response of his own. Havoc quickly shuts him down on the wine box as he maintains this charge. The momentum is swinging hard toward the underdog. Catalyst really looks comfortable here, especially since he's managed a 7-5 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly in a better rhythm than someone like Havoc, who's been struggling with a 3-10 run in the same window. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues. Havoc guns him down from the ramp to keep this recovery effort moving. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed now. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, things are playing out as expected so far. Havoc is definitely showing he can keep up with the number 4 seed today. Fresh start for both of them. He's showing a lot of heart, securing another lead from the planks. He's definitely proving he can challenge the favorite today. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, showing real grit to keep this comeback alive. He's making it look effortless right now. Another one for the underdog, continuing this surge to take a 3-round lead. The dynamic has completely flipped since the start. He closes the gap with a crisp finish to secure another round. He needed that to stop the slide. He's staying steady and continues the climb back into this game. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. He manages to clear the ramp and secures the parity at 9-9. A complete flip of the script compared to those early rounds. What a display of willpower from Havoc, outplaying his opponent again to take the lead. Everything is pointing toward a massive upset right now. He is simply too strong from the ramp, erasing any hope of a comeback for Catalyst. This is putting a huge dent in the expected outcome. A total shutdown here, proving he still has enough fight left to claw his way back into this. A very tight clash considering how high the stakes are. He's showing incredible resilience, clawing all the way back to a dead heat. The higher ranked player is finally finding his footing. He puts his opponent right back in the dirt with a swift pick off the ramp. He's got the map completely locked down now. Unreal, he claws back from the brink to close the series and seal the victory. He really fought back to push it to the limit, but that late game composure just didn't go his way. He had to work for that. Phantom enters this one with a strong 64% career win rate. And that's perfectly reflected in the way he's starting this series. He's already in the driver's seat after that quick opening round. Catalyst is really struggling to find his footing here. He's clearly still riding that high from the red line win. Phantom is firmly in command with a 2-1 lead. This is the top 4 clash we've been expecting today. Catalyst has completely flipped the script on this one, erasing that early deficit in a hurry. Phantom just reclaimed a narrow lead, 3-2. The top seed is definitely asserting his authority here. Phantom is just pulling away now, leading 4-2. The world number 1 is looking lean and mean today. The momentum is shifting rapidly as the favorite keeps this run going. He's definitely proving why he holds the top spot on our ladder. A nice clean response from the underdog to keep this game within reach. He's definitely playing with a lot of grit right now. Phantom holds a significant edge in this specific matchup, winning 54% of their total meetings. It's clear that psychological advantage is playing a role in the way he's controlling the pace. I wonder if Catalyst can find a way to break this pattern before the gap grows any wider. Phantom is really running away with it at 7-4. The number 4 seed is really fighting an uphill battle. Phantom heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a complete turnaround from the expectations coming into the match. He's really taken advantage of his 63% win rate on this map right now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is just ruthless, cruising to a 9-4 lead. That's already 2 straight wins today against him. Phantom completely shuts him down on that ramp, just keeping the pressure high. The number 1 seed is putting on a clinic right now. Phantom's simply too dominant, pushing it to 10-5. A vital reaction from the 4th seeded player. Phantom still holds a healthy 4-round cushion. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their last encounter. He's on fire right now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to keep this game alive. A tough spot for the top-rated player to find himself in. He's back in control now, adding another tally to the lead. That's a lot of wins for him so far today. Absolutely seamless effort there, putting him back in total control as we hit match point. His consistency throughout the series has just been far too high. Catalyst finds an answer at the perfect time, securing a crucial round to keep his hopes alive. He needs a huge run of momentum now to stay in this. Catalyst refuses to go quietly, grabbing another for himself to push the count to 9. What a finish! Phantom closes out the set with a definitive final blow. He just didn't let the pressure get to him, and that's why he's sitting at the top of the mountain. Phantom is traditionally dominant in this pair, having won 67% of their head-to-head meetings. It's interesting to see how that translates to this match, considering he's coming in with a lot of momentum from a strong run of games lately. This is definitely the side that's expected to control the pace. Havoc is now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The top seed is finally finding his footing here. Havoc has really found a way to punish every mistake Phantom makes today. Havoc holds a slim 3-2 lead right now. The world number 1 is finally showing some teeth. And just like that, Phantom levels the playing field. He's entering this clash on a bit of a tear today. Simply untouchable right now, and he keeps the momentum swinging in his favor. He's just completely taken over this map, claiming his 4th straight round. The number 1 seed is putting on a clinic here. He's absolutely on fire, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. The gap between these two is starting to feel massive. Absolute perfection from the top seed, and he's now completely taken control of this series. A total blowout. He's just completely swept the board as we head toward the break. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan for the number 1 seed here. He really leaned into his advantage with that 7-round run to close out the half. Time to switch it up. Phantom has put himself in a dominant position with a 10-4 record over the last day. I mean, he's coming in with a lot of confidence, and that's clearly showing in his approach today. He's effectively treating this as a repeat of their last encounter. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 10-5. The gap in their overall win rates is starting to show here. Things are trading back and forth, but Havoc still has a mountain to climb to close this out. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those top-tier rankings right now. Phantom's holding a solid 10-7 lead as we move forward. That was a blink, and you miss it and counter. A lightning-fast reaction from the top seed to get back in control. He puts a stop to that little run and puts himself just a single round away from victory. The skill gap between the two is just far too wide. And that's it. He closes the door with the perfect final sequence to secure the victory. He's just continuing that incredible run of form, really making life miserable for Havoc throughout this whole map. What a scramble! Havoc barely scrapes through that exchange to take an early lead. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage, but he just barely outlasts the exchange. Catalyst puts an end to that quick start, picking Havoc right off the box. That dominance in the head-to-head records is starting to show. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he manages to emerge with a tiny sliver of health. Catalyst really dominates the all-time head-to-head record with nearly 930 wins. It's surprising to see him struggle this early, given how often he's traditionally beaten Havoc. He needs to find some stability. He's absolutely peaking right now, picking up another one effortlessly. He just keeps on rolling, clearing out Catalyst from the box to take full control here. He's just untouchable right now, extending his run to 6th straight. This is a complete reversal of how their last few meetings have gone. Catalyst walks away from this exchange unscathed to finally halt the slide. He's looking a bit more like that top 5 guy we expected. Havoc is currently playing well above his usual 48% all-time win rate. He's completely defying the odds right now, and the pressure is firmly on the higher ranked player. It's a huge mental hurdle for Catalyst to overcome. Havoc heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, the underdog is absolutely crushing it. This is an incredible turn of events, given Catalyst normally holds such a strong advantage in their head-to-head. Time to shake it off. Havoc is making this look like a breeze, just completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. A complete 180 from their last meeting on fast aim. Catalyst just needs one more small string of wins to start chipping away at this lead. Looking at the ladder, the higher rated player is fighting for his life. Unbelievable. He claws back this round in a complete firefight, barely surviving the exchange. We're seeing some of that class from the number 4 seed. A spotless sequence for Havoc, and he's now just a single round away from closing this out. A tough spot for the top seeded player to be in. And there it is. He shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the victory. A total shift in momentum from their previous match, leaving the number 4 seed completely stunned on dunes. Phantom enters this one with a strong 11-4 record over the last day. He's comfortably the top-rated player in the league, but he'll need to find his footing after that slow start. We're seeing if he can regain the control he's had in his previous matches today. Catalyst is looking sharp, picking up another quick one from the ramp to take a lead. Phantom manages to keep this one dead even after taking a clean fight from the ramp. Catalyst continues to play very aggressively, securing another quick win from that ramp position. Everything is back on the line now. Phantom and Catalyst are deadlocked. A huge head-to-head advantage for the top seed here. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow lead at 4-3. He's really asserting himself as the top seed right now. The pace is absolutely blistering right now. These two are just trading rounds in the blink of an eye. Catalyst is really finding his groove with that high ground, securing another quick win from the ramp. This is the fight he's been looking for after that orange loss. Total stalemate now, as they sit tied at 5 apiece. He's really leaning into that head-to-head advantage right now. Phantom just pulls ahead by a single round. He's looking as lethal as he was in that 13-6 victory over Havoc. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly, this looks like the tightest possible start for two heavy hitters. Catalyst is fighting for his life to keep the pace, but Phantom is proving why he holds that top spot today. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom claims the lead once more at 7-6. That historic 772-645 lead in the head-to-head is staring right at him. Phantom has a distinct map advantage here, winning 70% of his games on this specific layout. It's a huge confidence boost. So yeah, seeing him push the lead to 2 rounds just shows how much he's in his element. Catalyst is going to have to find an answer quickly. Pure chaos now as Catalyst claws back to 8-8. The top 5 are really battling it out for every single round. Unreal. That was a complete war of attrition, and he barely walks away with his life. Another nail biter for the books, and he manages to hold the ramp to take a 10-8 lead. He's really surviving these exchanges by the skin of his teeth. What a scramble! He survives that brutal exchange by a sliver of health to bring the score to 10-9. Both of them are just trading blows now. And just like that, Catalyst forces a complete reset at 10-all. He's showing plenty of grit for the 5th ranked player on the ladder. He just can't be stopped, securing his 3rd straight to pull ahead once more. He's really putting the pressure on the league leader right now. What a run! He's completely taken over the map, and now he's just 1 step away from the victory. The underdog is truly seizing the moment here. Phantom denies the match point by picking him off the ramp. A quick reaction that completely shuts down the momentum shift. A chaotic fight on the ramp ends in a deadlock at 12-12. The number 1 seed is refusing to let this slip. Everything is on the line now. This is a complete toss-up heading into the final fight. Absolute guts from the 5th ranked man to put himself in this position. Catalyst is just on fire right now, taking complete control of the momentum in this overtime clash. His recent form is mirroring that strong run against Havoc. This is a real nail-biter. After that long stretch of dominance, Catalyst is finally feeling the pressure mount. The momentum is shifting again. Phantom has completely shut down that surge and is firmly back in control. His top 5 ranking is really being tested in this marathon. The momentum has completely swung back and he's now just a single round away from victory. Just looking for that final push to seal the deal. Absolute brilliance from the number 1 seed to close it out and secure the victory. He really had to dig deep in overtime to keep his streak alive today. Catalyst gave him everything he had. What a fight! Havoc strikes first by holding that ramp position, putting the world number 1 on his heels right from the start. Unbelievable! That was a complete slugfest and he somehow pulls through with the narrowest of margins. Phantom carries a massive historical advantage here, with a win rate of 67% against Havoc in their head-to-heads. We're seeing a clear pattern of superiority that suggests the early rounds were just a flicker. It really feels like the favorite is starting to tighten his grip on this series. A total shutdown as he just wiped those boxes clean for another win. A rough stretch for the number 8 seed. He just can't stop him. That's 4 straight for the leader. He really is playing like the top dog today. He's simply on another level right now, walking away from that exchange without a single scratch. What a fight! He barely escapes that exchange alive, clawing back toward the top of the scoreboard. He's proving that the gap on the ladder isn't as wide as expected. He's making a strong push back, punishing that peak from the ramp to tighten this game up. Phantom is putting up a massive number with a 12-4 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. The real question is if Havoc can find some stability before the lead slips completely. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the top seed is in control exactly as we thought he would be. He's holding a narrow advantage, but he looks comfortable out there. Fresh start for both of them. absolutely wild. He barely scrapes through that fight, but he manages to knock the leader off the ramp. He's really digging deep to find a way back into this. Phantom answers right back, catching Havoc on the ramp and putting a 2-round cushion between them. The world number 1 is regaining his footing. Phantom pushes to 9-6, putting huge pressure on Havoc. He's really asserting himself as the better player right now. Havoc finds his mark from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this series within reach. The underdog is refusing to back down. Phantom is really starting to pull away now, holding the advantage with that play from the Tetris. What a miracle! He barely survives with a single hit point to take this one. He simply refuses to stay down when the pressure mounts. He's continuing the charge, shutting down that attempt with an effortless spray. The tide is shifting rapidly in this series. An incredible sequence of shots. He's just wiped the slate clean and we are all square at 10-10. Everything is wide open now with the favorite on the ropes. Phantom reclaimed the lead, winning a sharp encounter to move ahead by 1. The world number 1 seems to be locking it down. He puts himself in a perfect position on the ramp to secure this round. It's becoming a very one-sided affair in the final stretch. Game over. Phantom seals the deal with a flawless final exchange to take the win. Havoc really fought for every single inch of that map, especially with how many times he nearly choked out those rounds. He just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Catalyst has historically held a significant lead in their direct matchups, winning nearly 69% of the time. But the momentum is shifting in this series. He is certainly looking to answer back after that rough loss to Havoc in their last meeting. Havoc just kept his foot on the gas, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold that ramp. He's definitely fighting through a rough stretch of results lately. We're all squared up now as they head back. The top 5 seed is starting to push back. Havoc is just too quick today, managing to secure a kill from the box to maintain his lead. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that trade, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Things look very different than they did in those last 5 meetings. A total shutdown from the Tetris as Havoc takes his 3rd straight round. Looking at the rating, he's still playing way above his rank right now. That's a huge response from Catalyst, walking away completely unscathed to disrupt the rhythm. He needed to prove he could still compete at this level. He just clears out the Tetris, pulling within 1 round of the lead. He's showing why he entered this match with the edge. What a turnaround! He secures the kill from the Tetris to bring us back to a dead heat. Havoc wins the exchange from the Tetris, reclaiming a narrow lead as the first half winds down. Just a perfect time to pause and regroup for the break. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Havoc. I mean, he's really defying the odds here. Catalyst usually controls this matchup, but the lower ranked player is comfortably in the driver's seat for now. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc is really starting to separate himself, shutting down the ramp to push his lead further. A surprising shift in form, considering how dominant the top seed usually is. He earns a precise kill on the Heaven to keep the pressure mounting. He really stepped up his game to secure that round. Havoc just found the angle to shut Catalyst down on the ramp, extending that cushion. A huge contrast to his recent 413 output today. Havoc is just making it look easy right now, using that Tetris position to pull even further ahead. He's just totally in control from the Tetris, extending his run to 3 straight. The 8th ranked player is really putting on a clinic. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, cruising to match point with another victory. The lower seeded player is putting on a huge performance. Game over! He closes it out with a strong finish to seal the victory. It's just another nightmare day for the top 5 seed, who simply couldn't find any answers for those lightning fast reactions. Phantom enters this match with a huge amount of confidence after a 7-win streak. It's interesting to see that momentum hit a wall. Hit a wall. Hit a wall. Catalyst keeps the lead and has Phantom chasing him. Coming off a dominant 13-10 finish in his last match. Catalyst is making a strong statement here, really challenging the world #1 early in this set. Despite the current deficit, he's typically the heavy favorite in this matchup. Catalyst is just cruising right now, holding a 4-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from their head-to-head history. A perfect response here, showing plenty of heart to keep this contest competitive. He really needs to reclaim his ground here. He's refusing to back down, putting together another win to close the gap. Phantom has won over 55% of their career meetings. He's normally the one in control during these encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually flip the switch and regain his usual edge over the next few rounds. Absolutely incredible. We are all square at 5-5 and the tide has completely turned. This is a high pressure spot for the world #1. What a fight! He outlasts the trade to take a 1-round lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to put the pressure on. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. It's a complete stalemate. Neither side is walking away with an advantage, though Phantom looks much more comfortable after the 3-round streak. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst strikes first after the break to lead 7-6. A huge shift for Catalyst, who has been struggling in his last few appearances. Catalyst pushes ahead, claiming a 2-round cushion. It's a huge turnaround, considering his tough run of form lately. He's on a tear now, picking up his 3rd straight to really start pulling away. The top 5 seed is simply too sharp right now. He just can't be stopped, extending this run to 4 straight rounds. That's a night and day difference from how he played against Havoc earlier. Phantom finally breaks the momentum and gets a clean shot off. A strong result from him, especially with those 13-4 numbers lately. Catalyst is really putting a grip on this one, pushing his lead to 4 rounds. Catalyst is putting a whole new spin on his recent struggle. The trades have been rapid fire, but those slower exchanges are actually helping Phantom stay in the game. Just another look at the top seed flexing his skill. He's digging in deep, grabbing another win to keep the pressure mounting. He's definitely fighting to prove his rank on the ladder right now. A lightning fast shot to secure another round. He is just a single kill away from victory. What a gritty scramble. Phantom digs deep to outlast his opponent and keep this dream alive. It's finally starting to look like the matchup we expected. He's refusing to let this match slip, putting up a tremendous fight to stay alive. He is truly locked in for this final push. Unbelievable. He just keeps rolling, forcing this game into overtime with a completely effortless finish. Everything is on the line now as we head into the extra frames. He manages to regain his composure and takes this pivotal round. A total flip from how his recent matches against Havoc went. He's starting to put a real grip on this overtime period. Coming in with a 40% recent win rate, he's really defying the odds. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving closer to a victory with another effortless win. He's completely overturned the initial expectations for this series. Absolute perfection to close it out. He storms his way to victory, finishing the series in style. He really stood his ground and fought his way back from the brink in overtime. Huge performance from a guy who was completely counted out. Hard-fought win. Phantom heads into this match as the top-rated player in our league, and he traditionally holds a massive historical edge over his opponent. But Havoc is clearly playing with high confidence right now after their recent victory over Catalyst. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Havoc is just outdueling him right now, shutting down that window position with ease. He is really shaking up the rankings tonight. Havoc is really making a statement here, catching Phantom out from the ramp to extend his lead. That's quite a contrast to their last meeting on Redline. Another quick strike from the ramp, and he's simply taking over this map. The top seed is looking completely lost in the early stages. Phantom delivers a quick response, picking his opponent right off the ramp. The favorite is finally starting to find some answers. He's showing real grit now, taking total control from the ramp to trim that lead. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Havoc manages to secure another round from the ramp, keeping the pressure high. It's definitely a strange day for the number 1 seed. A perfect shot from the leader, keeping the pressure on in this comeback effort. He is finally starting to play like the top seed. Havoc secures that one from the ramp and puts himself in a really strong position heading into the final stretch. He's hanging tough in this series, refusing to let his opponent run away with the map. That's an incredible level of composure while trailing. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. Phantom is holding his own and the match is playing out exactly as we expected. Let's see if he can close this out. Fresh start for both of them. He stays active on the ramp to pull ahead, proving he's far from finished in this match. That's exactly how we expected the top seed to respond. A clean strike to put Havoc down from the ramp, and the lead is now firmly in his hands. He's really reclaiming his territory in this server. He's just untouchable right now, extending his run to 3 straight while looking completely fresh. The momentum has completely shifted since the half. He's just on fire right now, securing another victory from the window to push his lead to 10. The skill gap is becoming far too obvious. He is simply refusing to let up, continuing this incredible run of form. The gap in their current form is staggering. Havoc finally answers back, shutting down that run to keep things interesting. A huge effort here from the 7th ranked player in our league. Havoc just came through with a huge play from the ramp, cutting into that lead. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Havoc as he continues this fierce rally. He's proving that the pre-match odds were way off. He just delivers a perfect response to put himself 1 away from the series win. Unbelievable. Phantom closes the door and completes a stunning recovery to take the game. He really dug deep to get his wings back after that shaky start. Havoc pushed him to the brink, but the veteran experience showed. What a fight! Catalyst holds a huge lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 70% of their encounters, but Havoc is comfortably in control of their specific performance on this map. It will be interesting to see if the long-term trend can overcome the current tactical advantage. Another clean sweep for Havoc, who's simply refusing to let his opponent back into the game. He manages to find a way back into this, answering back with a crisp finish. Expectations were high for him heading into this one. The momentum is shifting as Catalyst digs deep and puts the pressure back on. The favorite is finally starting to assert his will. Havoc still holds a strong 2-round cushion. He hasn't quite shaken off those losses from earlier today. Havoc has a surprising 56% win rate on this map. It's giving him a lot of confidence today regardless of who he is facing. The pressure is definitely on for the favorite to find some answers soon. Catalyst manages to trade back a point, cutting the lead down to 3. He's definitely putting that top 5 ranking to use. He just out-dueled him from the high ground. He's really putting the pressure on now. That was an incredibly close trade. He barely survived that. Havoc is cruising right now with a 7-4 lead. He's certainly used to coming out on top in this rivalry. Havoc takes a comfortable lead at 8-4. Well, the underdog is really defying the odds right now. Catalyst has traditionally owned this rivalry, but he's struggling to keep pace on the server. Time to shake things up. Havoc is nearly home, leading by 5 now. A surprising turn of events, given the long-term numbers. Havoc is dominating, holding a commanding 10-4 lead. His recent form looks vastly different than the results would suggest. Both players were trading heavy damage in the wild scramble, but he comes out on top once again. A gritty trade that eventually swings back to Catalyst. A nice response for the number 5 ranked player. And he shuts things down, picking him off the box to put the match on the line. What a finish! Havoc closes out the series in style to take the win. He's really flipped the script on this one, completely defying the history between these two legends. Phantom enters this one with a strong 14-5 record over the last day. That momentum is carrying over perfectly as the current top-rated player in our league. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can flip the script from their previous meetings. Phantom holds a slender lead going into the next. He's certainly making a point about his top seed status. What a fight! Catalyst barely survives that exchange from the wine to even the series. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out. Phantom stays in control with a 3-2 edge. The top seed is definitely asserting his authority here. Phantom reads that position perfectly, catching Catalyst right as he was holding the wine. Phantom pulls ahead again to make it 4-3. He's really fighting to bridge that rating gap today. Catalyst is really starting to push the pace here, completely reversing the momentum. He's currently playing like the one who owns this rivalry. He's simply on another level right now, completing the comeback to take a 1-round lead. He's just completely shut down the competition, picking up another 4-round run. Phantom secures this one from the wine, finally slowing things down as we head into the break. We're all square at 6-6 going into the second half. Phantom is holding his own as the underdog despite that scary 4-round burst from Catalyst. Both players look completely equal as they switch sides. Clean slate for everyone now. Phantom is really finding a way to stack these wins up, taking control from the wine. The top seed is really starting to flex his rank advantage. Deadlocked at 7-all, it's anyone's game now. Both players are fighting for their lives in an absolute deadlock. Catalyst edges ahead and takes the lead 8-7. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to keep up. He's simply not letting up, putting a massive dent in the lead as the streak hits 3. A precise reaction from Phantom to get back into the mix. Phantom looks really sharp from the wine to bring the score right back to a tie. Catalyst is now clinging to a narrow 10-9 lead. He's really putting on a clinic against the world #1. He's really putting the pressure on now, just a couple more rounds and this one is over. A repeat of what we saw in their previous clash. Catalyst simply will not let up, taking the fight to the wine and moving into a position to close this out. Phantom digs deep and forces his way back into the game, taking the fight to Catalyst on the wine. Just a glimpse of that confidence he's been showing all day. Unbelievable. Catalyst closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's really getting the better of the top seed lately. Phantom did everything he could to hold the line, but just couldn't close it out. What a performance! Phantom holds a massive historical edge with over 1000 wins against Havoc. He's certainly the favorite here, but that first round just showed how quickly these patterns can flip. We have to see if he can actually pull rid of this early deficit. Havoc is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is finally shaking off those nerves. Havoc is putting on a real clinic here, making the world #1 look completely human early on. Havoc is just dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence today. That was an instant deletion, showing he's not going to go down without a fight. Phantom is really digging in, tracking and picking him right off the Tetris. The expected class difference is starting to show. Havoc had the perfect vantage point on that boost to shut down the ramp play. The world #1 is really struggling to find his footing tonight. Phantom simply refuses to give in, cleaning him up right off the Tetris. Expectations are high for the top seed to close this gap. Absolute chaos in this duel. He manages to edge out the victory by a hair's breadth. A frighteningly tight margin, leaving him with just a sliver of health. Havoc is really defying the odds with a 6-4 record today. And honestly, it's a complete reversal of his typical performance in these head-to-heads. He's managed to stay aggressive and keep the pressure on the top seed. Now the question is if he can keep that momentum high through the half. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, we came in expecting a routine win for the world #1, but this is surprisingly close. He'll need a stronger second half to secure the series. Havoc has stretched his lead to 8-5. It's a huge shift from their last run in on fast aim. Havoc reads him perfectly and just takes him right off the ramp to push his lead further. It's a tough spot for him after that loss to Catalyst earlier. He simply refuses to let up, picking his opponent right off the boost to extend the lead. The top 7 placement is certainly feeling justified right now. A very crisp response from Phantom to secure another point. It's a tough recovery for the top-rated seed here. Havoc is firmly in control with a 10-7 cushion. He really needs to dig deep after those tough losses to Catalyst. A complete shutdown from the Tetris as he keeps the The gap on the ladder is starting to look smaller than it was. He's back in the driver's seat now, putting a lot of pressure on the champion. A real turnaround considering his 6-14 record over the last day. Phantom is showing some real grit, refusing to let this match slip away. A small glimpse of hope for the favorite to keep this alive. He is truly refusing to crack, putting up another effortless round to keep this fight alive. Unbelievable! He's completely erased the lead and we are deadlocked at 11-11. The momentum is completely flipped now. Havoc just secures a massive lead, picking him off from the Tetris to move within a single round of victory. Just a quick clean trade to get his nose ahead again. What a finish! He closes out the series with a perfect final blow to take the win. He's finally broken that curse and put a massive dent in the #1's armor. What a fight! Catalyst has an overwhelmingly positive record in their head-to-head history. It's an interesting dynamic because Havoc actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. We'll see if Catalyst can maintain that overall superiority today. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. It's a tight fight between these two top 10 seeds. These encounters are moving incredibly fast, and Catalyst is clearly enjoying the pace right now. Catalyst edges ahead now, holding a narrow 3-2 lead. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Catalyst currently holds a massive advantage in their career head-to-head, winning nearly 70% of their games. So yeah, seeing him apply this kind of pressure early on feels like a return to that long-term trend. Havoc will need to find a way to break this momentum before the map slips away. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, racking up 4 straight. A tough spot to be in after that 13-5 defeat earlier. Havoc finally finds a way to respond, taking this one comfortably. It's a tight gap between the 5th and 6th rated players. Unreal! That was a complete scramble and he barely eked it out with a sliver of health left. Catalyst leads 7-5 going into the break. I mean, he's currently playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's got the edge, but Havoc is staying gritty and keeping this within reach. Let's see if Havoc can surge. He's continuing to dig deep and refuses to let the match slide away. His composure is definitely starting to settle in now. A flawless sequence from Havoc to level the playing field at 7-7. The tide has completely turned in this duel. Catalyst recovers the lead, moving ahead 8-7. Catalyst strikes again to reclaim a 2-point cushion. Just a narrow gap between these two on the ladder. A messy exchange that somehow goes his way and the momentum swings back to Catalyst. A real statement of intent from the top 5 seed. Pure aggression from the favorite, who just completely shut down his opponent's run with another effortless kill. He's absolutely relentless, extending the streak to 5 and putting himself 1 away from the victory. And that's it. He shuts the door on this match with an incredible closing run. He really just hammered home his overall dominance in this rivalry. Havoc fought hard for a while, but he couldn't keep up. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off right now on Mapas. Catalyst secures a strong start by using that ramp for a better angle on the first exchange. Phantom is the #1 player on the ladder, yet he's looking surprisingly shaky out of the gate. It's a strange start since he typically holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history. He'll need to find some stability before this slip becomes a landslide. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition, and he manages to scrape through by a hair. It's a total mirror of their most recent clash on Italy. P finally gets around on the board, putting a dent in that early lead. The top seed is finally starting to wake up. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 5-1 lead. He definitely isn't shaking off that previous 10-13 loss from earlier today. Catalyst is just playing out of his mind right now, completely shutting down any momentum for the top seed. Absolute perfection there. He takes that down without losing a single point of health. He's making a huge statement despite that rating deficit. A clean exchange here to keep the pressure on. He's traditionally dominated this particular matchup over their long history. Phantom is definitely leaning into that 70% map win rate. It's an interesting shift in energy since Catalyst had him completely locked down for most of this set. If this run continues, it could be the turnaround we expect from the top seed. Both players fighting for the high ground, but Phantom comes out on top to keep this streak alive. The top-rated player is finally starting to flex that skill gap. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is lining up exactly as we expected. He's managing to keep the top seed at bay for now. Fresh start. Let's see. Catalyst still holds the edge with an 8-5 cushion. Quick response there to shut down any momentum shift. What a frantic scramble! He manages to claw out a victory from a total melee, surviving by a narrow margin. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Another fast one, and he's proving remarkably tough to shake off. The gap in their skill ratings is finally starting to show. Catalyst keeps a 2-round cushion at 9-7. Both of them have been really fighting for their lives today. Catalyst is still in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's showing no signs of backing down despite that historical deficit. He is refusing to go away, adding another quick victory to his tally. This is exactly why he's the heavy favorite heading into today. The comeback effort continues as he takes the round to cut the deficit to 1. A second doubleheader for the top seed. He's totally erased that deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat at 10 all. Absolute composure on the finish to level things up. Catalyst puts an end to that momentum swing, stepping back ahead by 1. Looking like another tough outing for the top seed today. He shuts down the play from the ramp to bring this series all the way even. This is a total toss-up now, regardless of who entered as the favorite. What a performance! He takes control of the server and puts himself just one step away from victory. He's playing with total confidence right now. He holds his nerve in the final regulation exchange to force the game into overtime. His current form is a complete reversal of that recent loss to Havoc. Good grief, they were both shredded in that exchange, but he just barely keeps his lead. A real struggle to get the win today for the world number 1. What a fight! He barely claws out of that wreck with a sliver of health, taking total control of the server. He is definitely cementing his dominance over the current match. Phantom completely shuts him down off the ramp, showing incredible grit to stay in this fight. He's proving far more resilient than anyone expected coming into this. A flawless exchange to keep the momentum surging, bringing this deadlock back to a flat tie. This level of consistency is exactly why the ladder puts him on top. Just an absolute wipe for Phantom as he continues this charge toward the finish line. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. Absolute brilliance to close it out. He storms back from a huge deficit to seal the victory. Honestly, he nearly let this one slip away, but his composure in those final overtime rounds was just a tier above. What a fight. Phantom carries a heavy 1099 to 550 advantage in their head-to-head record over the long term. It's definitely a bit shocking to see him on the back foot after losing the most recent meeting as well. We have to see if the higher rated player can find an answer to this early pressure. Havoc is absolutely on fire, leading 2-1 right now. The number 6 seed is definitely making his presence felt early. We're completely deadlocked now. This is becoming a real toss-up as we head into the 5th. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Havoc just barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Both players are staring at the dead heat at 3-3. He's fighting a bit of a slump with those last 2 losses. Phantom takes the lead with a clutch 4-3 advantage. His current form is definitely a concern, finishing the day with a 14-7 record so far. A total lockdown of the map as he secures another win from the ramp. He's starting to look like the top seed we expected. Havoc secures another point from the ramp, keeping the score tight at 5-4. The top seed is starting to look vulnerable under this pressure. Phantom claws back to tie it up at 5 apiece. The world number 1 is really struggling to find an answer here. Phantom pushes ahead by 1, firmly gripping the lead. His overall win rate is substantially higher than his opponent's. We've got a deadlocked 6-6 score as we switch sides. I mean, it's a fair result so far. Despite a strong 3-round run from Phantom, Havoc has kept things competitive to ensure this stays a close contest. Time to see who blinks first. Unreal. A frantic exchange where both were nearly gone, but he manages to outlast the opposition by a hair. A massive swing of momentum in a matter of seconds. Pure parity now, Havoc has completely leveled the playing field. A very respectable showing so far from the number 6 seed. Havoc just edges ahead, now leading 8-7. His 48% all-time win rate doesn't reflect how dominant he's been here. The momentum is completely shifted now as he extends his lead to 2 games. He's really making a statement today against the favorite. He's simply unstoppable right now, bringing the total to 4 consecutive rounds in his favor. The top seed looks completely lost in this server. He refuses to go quietly and puts an end to that run with a clean win from the ramp. It's a vital step forward for the favorite. That was a lightning fast duel. Havoc is clearly not letting any tension build up in these exchanges. It's just an incredible day for this opponent. What a fight, he digs deep to drag himself through that slugfest, finally knocking Havoc off the ramp. The resilience on display from the favorite is just incredible. A fierce battle high up on the ramp, and Havoc just earns himself a massive opportunity to close this out. The pressure is really mounting for the top-ranked side. Absolute perfection to close the set. Havoc claims the match with a stunning final sequence. He's just completely outplayed the world number 1 today, capping off a series of huge upsets. A brutal way to end the night for the top seed. What a performance! Catalyst has historically dominated this pairing, winning 69% of their meetings. That long-term confidence usually translates into a tighter mental game. We just have to see if Havoc can disrupt that pattern today. Catalyst is just cruising right now, up 2-0. The top 5 seed is really putting on a show. Whoa, he barely survives that slugfest from the box to take a commanding 3-0 lead. He's essentially proving the rating gap right now. The gap just keeps widening as he secures a flawless start to the match. It's a completely different story compared to their usual map percentages. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that war of attrition to get back on the board. Their rating gap is almost non-existent, so a close fight makes sense. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, sitting comfortably at 5-1. Havoc definitely has the higher success rate on this map compared to his opponent. It's a nice contrast to his usual disadvantage in this rivalry. We'll see if he can actually turn that specific map confidence into a full comeback. Havoc is really picking up the pace now, denying Catalyst the advantage of that high ground. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 7-3. The top 5 seed looks every bit the favorite here. Catalyst had no trouble tracking him down and clearing him off the box. His current form is looking even stronger than that 13-7 blowout he just came off. Catalyst goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's taking total control of this series. Despite Havoc having the map advantage, the favorite is simply outplaying him in every exchange. Havoc needs a big spark here. Catalyst stays out of reach, moving to 9-4. The 6th ranked player is finally starting to find an opening. Catalyst hits double digits and the lead is massive. The speed of these exchanges is just wild, and that high position is serving Catalyst incredibly well. He needs to string a few of these together to actually put a dent in that lead. Havoc is starting to push back. If he can keep this momentum going, this lead will vanish quickly. A completely effortless exchange for Catalyst, who now needs just one more to secure the victory. Boom! That's it! Catalyst shuts the door and closes out the series. He really played his way right through those map advantages, refusing to let Havoc get any footing today. Phantom has a long history of dominance in this rivalry, winning over half of their encounters. But Catalyst has actually taken the majority of their most recent battles. It will be interesting to see if those trends hold today. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to claw out a third straight victory. What a scrap! Catalyst digs deep to survive that exchange and get back into the match. He's not going to let the favorite walk away with this. Another fast response from him, and the gap is closing quickly. It's a surprising look for the heavier favorite right now. Phantom still holds a 2-round lead over Catalyst here. The top seed in the league is starting to flex his muscles. Catalyst keeps his composure and puts Phantom right back in his place by shutting him down on the ramp. Phantom was way too fast there, catching Catalyst completely off guard while he was up on that box. Expected to see the number 1 seed reclaim control. Unreal. He almost went down, but manages to survive a brutal firefight to take a 3-round lead. Just a complete shutdown. He's taking a massive step toward the finish line with that victory. He seems to have finally found his footing against the number 5 seed. He's simply on another level right now, taking this one with ease to extend that surge. Phantom heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to be the clear favorite here, but he looks completely lost. He'll need a huge shift in momentum to avoid a total collapse. Time to switch sides. Phantom has converted a staggering 64% of his matches overall, so yeah, he's certainly proving that his higher rating isn't just for show tonight. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find any answer before this reaches a conclusion. Absolutely effortless. He's putting the pressure back on and now just needs a single round to wrap this up. The skill gap is showing in a huge way right now. And that is it. He seals the victory with a perfect finish from the Tetris. He just completely dismantled the 5th seed in that second half, a really one-sided affair for the top dog. Phantom holds a massive historical edge with a 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see him starting on the back foot after that early loss. He'll need to lean on that consistency if he wants to flip this match around. Havoc is looking sharp early, punishing Phantom for pushing up on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. And we've got a dead heat. Phantom manages to hold that ramp for a huge trade back. Neither side is letting the other pull away from this early. Havoc is playing it safe on the ramp, and it's paying off for him right now. Havoc really seems to have his number today. Havoc is simply too quick for him, catching Phantom on the ramp again to extend this lead. The league leader is really feeling the pressure right now. He's simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the match with 3 straight wins. Seeing a similar pattern to their most recent meeting. A vital point for Phantom, showing some real grit to claw his way back into the game. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt right now. He's refused to go quietly, keeping this duel alive with another quick response. The favorite is finally finding his footing as we move toward the break. Unbelievable shift in power as he secures his 3rd straight round to even things up. Complete reset of the board as we head into the final stretch. What a statement as he clears Havoc off the ramp to keep this huge run going. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, that's pretty much what we expected to see. He looked in control for a bit there, though he'll need to stay focused to close this out. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is fighting back, taking the fight right to Phantom on that ramp. He's definitely fighting for his life after a rough run today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. Barely escaped that one, but he's still walking away with a round. Another quick draw for him and the lead keeps widening. The higher seed is really starting to exert his will. He uses that ramp again to pick up another round and stay in the fight. A huge boost for the man who entered this as the underdog. He's refusing to let the gap widen, showing incredible heart to stay right in this match. That's an incredibly fast response to keep the pressure high. He's truly refusing to break, dragging Havoc down from that ramp to stay ahead. He's starting to look like that top-tier talent we expected today. Havoc is showing some serious resolve here, shutting down that momentum swing with an effortless win. He tracks him perfectly and clears the ramp to keep this recovery alive. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-5 result against Zeno. He's absolutely refusing to let this slip, putting himself 1 round away from victory. The skill gap on the ladder is clearly showing now. A clean look from that ramp, and he's keeping the dream alive. It's a tough mountain to climb against a player of his caliber. A totally effortless win for Havoc to keep his hopes alive in this series. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to close this out. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door on this series with a perfect final strike. Havoc really played his heart out today, pushing this almost to the limit. It's a hard-earned victory for the world #1. What a match! Catalyst holds a significant 69% head-to-head win rate against his opponent, so the early lead for Havoc is a bit surprising. It's interesting to see the lower ranked player push back after losing their last encounter. So decisively, let's see if the momentum stays with him. Havoc is really cooking, leading 2-1. Hard to imagine those previous 5 meetings went his way. We're completely deadlocked now. It's a total toss-up as we head into the 5th round. Unreal! He manages to survive a chaotic trade-off, clutching the round with practically nothing left. Things have leveled out. Both Catalyst and Havoc are tied. Havoc is definitely showing a lot of resilience today. Catalyst finally grabs the lead, pushing ahead 4-3. The 5th seed is certainly looking like the stronger man today. These opening exchanges are coming and going so quickly. It's a pure game of who can react first. Both guys are fighting for every inch of ground now. Catalyst edges ahead just as we hit the 9th. The top 5 seed is beginning to assert himself. Catalyst is currently boasting a 12-12 record over the last day. You know, he is clearly finding a way to stabilize his form after that recent rough patch. Now he just needs to keep this momentum going to shut the door on Havoc. We are sitting at 6 all heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. Both players are locked in tight on Italy and it'll be a battle of nerves from here. Fresh start for both of them. Havoc claws back a narrow lead at 7-6. He's really shaking off the rust after that tough 11-13 loss earlier today. Havoc extends the gap to 8-6, looking dominant. Seeing the 6th ranked man outplay a top 5 star right now. Catalyst refuses to let things slide, keeping the pressure on as we enter the final stretch. Havoc is just in the zone, pulling ahead 9-7. He's fighting through a tough day with an 8-17 run so far. Havoc is simply unstoppable, now sitting on a 3-round cushion. The rankings definitely didn't predict this kind of dominance. A flawless reaction from Catalyst to put the pressure back on his opponent. Havoc is putting a lot of pressure on the top seed right now. He's only a few rounds away from a huge upset. A total shutout there. He's refusing to go quietly as he trims that deficit down. A quick response puts him just one step away from a huge victory. The underdog is putting up an absolute fight today. He's simply not letting this match end quietly, stepping up again to keep the dream alive. And there it is! A total shutdown to seal the deal and secure the victory. He finally broke that curse and managed to outlast him in a real grind of a series. Catalyst fought hard to stay in it, but the momentum shifted. What a fight! Phantom claims the early lead, picking up a quick opener from the ramp. Catalyst looked much more comfortable that time, cleaning up the round from the ramp. Coming off a rocky 12-13 run today, but he's holding his own. Catalyst has historically outperformed everyone on this map with a 73% win rate. It is interesting to see that confidence translate into an early lead today. It'll be a real test to see if Phantom can shake this off and get back to his usual standard. Both players were playing the same angle there, but Catalyst just had the quicker reaction time. Despite the rating difference, the underdog looks entirely unfazed. Catalyst is really flexing his muscles with a 4-2 cushion. His head-to-head record is starting to shift in his favor. Just a total shutdown. He's completely taken over the server now. A completely clean look from Phantom, showing some real grit to claw back another round. He's playing with the composure we'd expect from the heavy favorite. He manages to clear him off the ramp, continuing his climb back into this series. He's looking a lot more like the #1 seed right now. Phantom is clearly the more consistent player with a 17-8 run over the last day. It's a bit surprising that he's struggling to maintain the pace against a lower rated opponent right now. We'll see if his experience can turn the tide. He secures another victory from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive as we head into the final round of the half. A huge push to tighten things up before the switch. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan for the map specialist. He's really making that 73% win rate count here on red line. Catalyst holds an 8-5 lead as we restart. His recent struggles on other maps aren't showing right now. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but shows incredible resolve to secure the fight from the ramp. That was a desperate scramble to stay in the fight. Absolute precision there. He continues to push back, narrowing the gap to just one round. What a fight! He barely survives that absolute chaos to even the score at 8-all. Pure chaos in those last few seconds to claw back the lead. He is on fire now, taking full control of the server with 4 straight wins. He is truly starting to assert his superiority in this series. He lands a sharp shot from the Tetris to level things up at 9-9. He's effectively wiped out the lead Phantom held in their last meeting. He just refuses to go away, securing a pristine round to grab the lead. The favorite is finally finding some air in this series. He just won't let up, flicking to the target on the ramp to pull ahead 11-9. He's looking much more like the powerhouse we expected to see. This is becoming a complete toss-up, as neither one can seem to find a real advantage lately. That was a blink and you miss it exchange, and now the momentum has completely shifted. He's putting on a clinic in the clutch, and now he's just one round away from victory. The pressure is starting to weigh on Catalyst now. What a stop! He wins the battle on the ramp to force this series into overtime. The top-seeded pro is definitely feeling the heat right now. He completely shuts the door on this attempt, moving one step closer to an incredible recovery. A sharp sequence to reclaim the advantage. We are headed for a total stalemate, Neither player can find a definitive edge in this war of attrition. Catalyst is putting a lot of pressure on the top seed right now with those back-to-back rounds. It's a total reversal of their most recent head-to-head outcome. Phantom is simply refusing to buckle, securing the lead from the ramp to bring us level. The parity in this series is simply unbelievable. A decisive blow from Catalyst to put himself on the verge of victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the heavy favorite. Unbelievable! He barely survives that slugfest to bring us back to a dead heat at 15-15. Absolute nails for both of them in this overtime deadlock. Catalyst is now just a single step ahead. Catalyst stays frosty, holding a slim 2-round advantage. The 5th ranked player is really putting on a show. Catalyst is really running away with it at 18-15. It is a total reversal of what the ranking suggested. Catalyst is firmly in control with an 18-16 cushion. Still looking like a total toss-up as we get deeper into this. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing the lead to 19-16. He just stepped up when it mattered most to secure this series in overtime. I can't believe he actually pulled off the upset. What a match. Phantom is historically dominant here, having won 67% of their head-to-head matches. It's a massive gap to bridge for Havoc, but the underdog is already putting on some early pressure. We'll see if that translates into a real upset. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to secure a third straight round. He's making the top seed look very human right now. Simply unstoppable right now. That's a perfect start to the map for him. A shocking turn of events given the ranking difference between them. Whoa, a complete slugfest. He survives by the skin of his teeth to extend that lead to 5-0. The number 1 seed is completely rattled. Phantom takes control of the map from the box to secure a round. Phantom has put up a massive 17-9 record over the last day. He is definitely playing with a lot more confidence than he did in those opening rounds. He's starting to look like the top seed again. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. That was a blur. He's now surged forward with 4 consecutive rounds to close the gap. What a turnaround. He has completely wiped out that early deficit to bring things level. This is exactly why he entered the series as the clear favorite. Absolutely flawless. He's completely taken over the map with a 6-round surge. We're sitting at 6-6 for the half, and honestly, it's been a wild ride. We saw both players put up huge streaks, but the top seed is holding his own despite the early pressure from Havoc. Let's see who finds the edge. A sudden sharp reaction to keep the lead. He's showing real grit in this series. He's proving exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Both players are locked in a dead heat at 7 apiece. The 6th seed is refusing to go quietly today. He's continuing to push forward, showing incredible resolve to reclaim the lead. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now holding a 2-round cushion. The gap in skill between these two is starting to feel real. He just completely dismantled that defense from the box to keep this roll going. Everything is falling back into place for the top seed. He's just on fire, cruising toward the finish line with a heavy 4-round lead. It's starting to feel like a total rout. Havoc claims a round from the box to hold the slide. He definitely isn't playing like the number 6 seed right now. Phantom is just refusing to break, cutting him down from the box to move within a single round of victory. Absolute brilliance to close it out. He closes the gap and claims the victory. Havoc really tried to shake things up with those quick reflexes, but in the end, he just couldn't outpace the better player. Catalyst holds a huge overall advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 69% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear he feels comfortable in this specific pairing. The question is if Havoc can pull off another upset like the one we saw in their most recent meeting. Havoc is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. This is an interesting clash of the top 10 seeds. Catalyst just deletes him right off the Tetris and we are back to a dead even scoreline. A real clash of the titans with these two ranks so close. What a scramble! Both of them were absolutely shredded, but he scrapes by with a tiny bit of health left. Havoc is dominating this series with a 4-2 lead. We're seeing some high-level precision from the rank 6 seed. A brutal exchange, but Havoc is just too sharp right now to be stopped. He's really making a statement after that previous win on Italy P. Another lightning-fast response for the leader, and his grip on this game is tightening. Catalyst puts an end to that run, picking the opponent right off the ramp. A strong showing from the rank 5 seed tonight. He's simply refusing to go away, shutting that down from the ramp to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to put the pressure back on. Havoc is currently operating at a much higher level than his usual career average. It's really striking to see him maintain this confidence despite the historical gap between the two. He seems fully determined to keep this streak alive. Havoc takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a total reversal of what we expected to see. He's playing far above his usual 48% career win rate right now. Catalyst claws back one, but Havoc still leads 8-5. He's certainly looking to bounce back from that loss to Phantom earlier today. He strikes again from the ramp, and the momentum is swinging back into his favor. This is precisely how we expect the favorite to respond. Absolutely untouchable right now, he's just outclassing everyone on the server. His timing is just perfect right now. He's completely erased the deficit. We are back to a dead heat. And that is just an unbelievable swing of momentum. He manages to stop the momentum shift and takes back a slight edge. Havoc reads him perfectly, catching Catalyst right off the Tetris to push the lead back to 2. He is staying strong, putting together another response to keep this series tight. He just picks Havoc right off the Tetris to keep this charge going. Everything is completely reset as we head into the final stretch. Havoc has managed to stay composed during these closing exchanges, keeping his nose just ahead in this battle. This is a total reversal from their usual history together. Unreal, he barely survives a total war of attrition, leaving the match on a knife's edge. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door on the series and secures the win. He just can't find an answer for him today. To take down a favorite twice in a row is a huge statement. What a fight. Phantom comes out swinging early, catching Catalyst right as he was playing from the ramp. Phantom maintains a strong historical advantage by winning over half of their total meetings. But Catalyst has looked far more confident in their recent head-to-head encounters. It will be interesting to see if that momentum holds here. Phantom secures that trade from the ramp to push the lead back in his favor. The number 1 seed is really fighting for control here. Catalyst trails by just 1 after a tough fight. The top seed is starting to assert himself here. Catalyst is staying sharp, quickly shutting down Phantom even with a height advantage. Catalyst holds the edge now, leading 4-3. He really had the upper hand in their most recent clash. Phantom is really stepping up his game, finding the target quickly to bring us back to a dead heat. The world number 1 is starting to find his footing. Phantom claws back ahead, putting the pressure on Catalyst. He's looking much steadier than he did in the 16-19 defeat. And we're deadlocked at 5 apiece. The top 5 seed is showing some incredible resilience here. Phantom had a clear sightline from the ramp and really made that count. He's certainly looking to bounce back from that red line defeat. We're all square at 6 apiece. Honestly, Catalyst hasn't been able to distance himself as the favorite. Phantom is playing his usual high level here, showing exactly why he holds a much better win rate on this specific map. Side swap, let's see who Phantom takes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. He's looking to repeat that 13-11 success from an hour ago. Phantom has been in strong form today, putting up an 18-9 record across his matches. It's clearly paying off as he starts to push the pace in the second half. He looks composed and focused right now. He's just not letting up, putting together 3 straight to pull away from the competition. Catalyst shuts him down off the ramp, keeping the deficit to just 2. The favorite isn't letting him close this out easily. Phantom's really running away with this, leading 10-7. He's putting that ranking advantage on full display right now. He secures the point from the wine box and continues his push to close the gap. It looks like the underdog is finally digging in his heels. There was a brutal exchange, but Catalyst outlasts him to close the gap. He's proving why he entered today as the biggest threat to the top seed. Phantom manages to hold the window and shuts down the ramp for another point. The gap in overall head-to-head records is starting to feel like a factor. Catalyst is refusing to go away, putting up a perfect response here. The underdog really has a spark in him today. A precise shot puts him in the driver's seat, and now he's just a single round away from victory. A crisp reaction to put him right back on top. What a finish! He closes it out right now to take the match. He really had to dig deep to close that one out, but it's another huge victory for the top seed. What a fight! Phantom enters this meeting with a massive historical lead, winning 67% of their all-time encounters. He has clearly figured out the best way to neutralize Havoc's style, and that dominance is continuing into today. We'll see if the number 6 player can adjust his approach. What a fight! Both players pour it all into that exchange, but Havoc manages to survive by the skin of his teeth. Unreal. Havoc barely clings to life after that ramp war to take a commanding lead. Despite that top-seeded status, he's looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom answers back quickly to keep himself in the mix. The top-rated man in the league is starting to find his gear. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece as they head back out. Phantom is really carrying that 99 momentum into this set. Havoc just edged ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. A really tough test for the number 6 guy out there. Phantom is really capitalizing on the small mistakes here, quickly picking him off that ramp. Absolutely chaotic, he barely walks away from that fight with his life. He's making this an incredibly tight contest despite that massive ranking difference. Havoc is currently putting up a fight against someone who has beaten him 1,101 times in their history. It's a huge mental hurdle to overcome, and we're seeing the underdog really push the pace here. He needs a few more of these to actually secure the upset. We go into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. He is defying the odds right now. Despite Phantom's usual success on Mappas, the number 6 seed is staying aggressive and keeping a steady lead. Let's see if the momentum holds. Havoc holds on to a narrow 1-round advantage. That was a clean sequence to even things up. The top seed is definitely starting to exert his pressure here. A total stalemate now with both players at 7. Havoc had an impressive day against Catalyst, but that's slipping away now. He's just unstoppable right now, taking complete control of this series. The top seed is clearly back in his element. Another huge outplay by the top seed, pushing his lead to 9-7. It's starting to look like a repeat of their previous clash on Dunes. A crisp response from the underdog to keep things interesting. Phantom keeps building his cushion, moving up to 10-8. The number 1 seed is simply too focused today. Phantom holds a slim lead at 10-9. The gap in their ratings is feeling less significant now. Phantom is really tightening his grip here, moving just one step closer to wrapping this up. A completely effortless takedown to put the leader on the verge of victory. His reactions were simply too sharp in that last exchange. A gritty exchange where the underdog proves he isn't ready to go down without a fight. He's fighting through the pressure with some sheer will. What a frantic scramble! He refuses to back down and secures another round here. Just a brutal series of exchanges to shift the energy. Absolutely unbelievable. He has clawed his way back to force overtime. Absolute chaos in this series, everything is suddenly wide open. He's on fire now. This is a huge surge of momentum to put him in the lead. An unbelievable turnaround from the underdog after that slow start. A perfectly timed shot to even the score as we head deeper into this overtime battle. What a scramble! He nearly goes down but secures the win in a breathless exchange. He's consistently living on the edge in these battles. The tension is reaching a breaking point as we've completely reset everything in the overtime period. Neither man is giving an inch as we hit a dead heat. A complete shutdown of the opposing push, putting the favorite just one step away from closing this out. He is looking every bit the favorite in these closing moments. Game over. He shuts the door with an effortless final shot to secure the win. Havoc almost forced the unthinkable by keeping it this tight in overtime. He really pushed the world #1 to the limit today. Tough loss for Havoc. Catalyst has held the upper hand in the long term, winning 69% of their total encounters. He's trying to reclaim that dominance after Havoc managed to edge out a close victory in their most recent meeting. We will see if he can actually close the gap today. Absolute control now, as he takes a third straight round without losing a single point of health. The rank 5 seed is putting on a real clinic right now. The momentum shifts slightly as Havoc answers back with a sharp response. The underdog is definitely not folding under the pressure here. He's digging in now, refusing to let the lead slip away further. The gap in the ratings isn't making a difference right now. Catalyst holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into this one. The top 5 seed is starting to separate himself again. Catalyst has already played over 5,000 matches in this league. So yeah, that depth of experience should be providing a huge cushion for his confidence. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that comfort into a double-digit lead. A quick exchange and the underdog claims this one for himself. Catalyst is cruising now, sitting comfortably on a 7-3 lead. A tight contest between two of the top 6 in our rating. Catalyst keeps his cool with a solid 7-4 edge. Both of these players are battling for a top 6 spot today. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Now we'll see if Havoc can actually mount a comeback on the other side. Fresh start for the second half. Havoc really tried to hide up on the ramp there, but he just couldn't evade that sideline. He's certainly feeling a lot better than he did against Phantom. Catalyst is just run away now, pushing it to a 10-4 lead. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. Havoc clawed one back, but Catalyst still leads 10-5. That was an incredibly fast trade. Havoc is starting to put some serious pressure on the frontrunner now. A rare glimpse of a closely contested duel given their history. He is just on fire now, keeping the heat on with another victory. The underdog's recent successes are really starting to pay off. A swift response from Catalyst to put the pressure back on his opponent. The pace of these exchanges has been incredible. We're seeing rounds decided in barely a second. A complete shutdown there, and he is now just one round away from the victory. Everything he's done so far today suggests this outcome. Unbelievable. He seals the series with a perfect shot, and Catalyst takes home the victory. He clearly got his revenge for that last encounter, proving why he's so dominant in their head-to-head history. Phantom is fighting a tough start despite holding a strong 776-648 lifetime lead over Catalyst. That long-term dominance is being tested by a player who clearly prefers this map. Now we'll see if the higher rated player can actually regain control. Phantom edges ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. The top seed is really starting to put the pressure on here. He's simply not letting up, securing his third straight win. Absolute mastery on the ramp, that's 4 straight for the front runner. A total contrast to that match they just played on Fast Aim. The tide has completely turned. He's now staring down a 5-round run. The world #1 is looking incredibly sharp right now. Catalyst finally answers back, picking him right off the ramp. His 5th place ranking makes him a dangerous opponent today. He's refusing to back down, keeping this series within reach. His confidence is surging after that tough 13-11 loss to Nexi earlier. He is simply on fire, taking a full 3 rounds in a row to erase most of that deficit. The underdog is suddenly the one dictating the pace. He's completely taken over this match, leveling things up at 5-all. The pressure is shifting entirely toward the higher seeded player now. He's simply unstoppable right now, controlling the game from the ramp to take a lead into the break. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's proving why he's the pick for this specific map. Both players have traded huge runs, but the favorite is currently in the driver's seat. Let's see how the switch feels. Phantom trails by just 1 now. A strong 29 showing for the top seed so far today. He maintains a strong grip on this series, walking away completely unscathed. The momentum is sticking with the lower seeded player. Phantom catches him right there on the ramp, and now we've got a 1-round game. He's clearly not letting that loss on Fast Aim get to him. Unbelievable! He barely escapes with his life to level this series at 8-8. An absolute nail-biter, and we are back to dead even. He's just too fast, dragging the opponent right off the ramp to keep this run going. That's an incredible turnaround from where things stood just a few rounds ago. What a scrap! Catalyst claws his way back to a deadlock, barely surviving that exchange. Both of them are surviving on a prayer tonight. Phantom is reclaiming the lead, taking full advantage of that high ground to push ahead. He's showing exactly why he's the top seed in the league. Catalyst manages to dig in deep and secure the trade from the ramp, bringing this set level at 10 apiece. He's completely tightened up his game in this second half. Phantom just shuts that down quickly, forcing Catalyst off the ramp to reclaim the lead. His overall win percentage reflects that high consistency. Catalyst is refusing to buckle, effortlessly knocking him off the ramp to tie things up at 11 apiece. It's getting harder to call this one a blowout in the favor of the top seed. He simply refuses to break, moving within a single round of victory. The pressure is truly mounting for the top seed in this final stretch. What a finish! Catalyst storms through to seal the deal and complete an incredible comeback victory. He's just completely defied those lifetime stats to take this one. Phantom gave him everything he had, but his map preference really shone through. What a fight! Phantom arrives here with an imposing 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It makes sense that he's leading early, given how consistently he has handled Havoc in previous encounters. He looks very comfortable right now. Phantom is pushing ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. Phantom is making quick work of this, just like his latest win over him. We've got a total deadlock now. These two are trading rounds perfectly. It's a fierce fight for the number 6 seed to keep up. Havoc has finally clawed back to a 3-2 lead. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. He's just not letting up, securing another swift win to put a grip on the map. A surprising turn of events for the number 1 seed. A quick response from Phantom, putting an end to that momentum shift. Absolute chaos there. He manages to scrap through a brutal exchange with just a sliver of health left. The underdog is definitely fighting through the pressure here. We'll be right back with more action from Italy as we take a quick breather. Havoc has really turned the tide today, moving on from a rough 10-20 run in the last 24 hours. He's completely reversed that trend by outclassing the top seed in these opening rounds. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace throughout the half. Welcome back to the action on Italy, where Havoc holds a commanding 6-3 lead as we resume. A surprising performance from the world number 6 right now. He's on fire, picking up another effortless win to extend the streak. This is a huge shift from their last meeting together. He is completely defying the expectations going into this duel. A precise burst puts him back in the game, though Havoc is still just a single round from victory. What a victory! He closes out the series right now to take the win. Havoc takes a big 13-8 lead into the break. You know, he is completely throwing the script out the window. It is a shocking start for the world number 1, who really struggled to find any answers for that 7-round run. Let's see how the swap feels. Phantom is starting to pull some rounds back, though he still has a lot of ground to make up. A tough road today for the number 6 seed. The momentum has completely flipped. Phantom is finally answering back with the serious run here. Absolute dominance in that final exchange. Havoc secures the victory and closes out the series. Absolute perfection on that last flick. Havoc secures the map in spectacular fashion. These encounters are just coming down to who can react a split second faster. He's trying to shake off that recent loss to Catalyst. Another a point for the top seed, staying alive as he puts up a strong fight. He is definitely proving why he's higher on the ladder. Unbelievable. He survives a vicious slugfest to finally close the door on this series. Phantom is definitely not going down without a fight, picking up another one while holding the wine. A gritty exchange there, but he manages to dig in and keep his comeback alive. The heavy favorite is finally finding his footing in this series. He's simply refusing to let this go, staring down match point with that 3rd straight win. Unreal. He completes the comeback with a final clean strike to seize the entire series. He simply refused to let his rank get in the way of a huge underdog victory today. He really fought for every inch of that Italy map. What a great fest. Havoc comes out swinging here, catching Catalyst before he could even react on that ramp. Havoc is simply outreacting him right now, securing another fast win from the top of that wine box. He is just too fast, taking total control of the match early on. He's just relentless, completing a full sweep of the opening rounds. Finally, an answer from Catalyst, who manages to knock him off the ramp. That head-to-head dominance usually starts showing up around now. What a fight! He manages to clear Havoc off the planks and barely escapes with his life. He's definitely shaking off those early nerves now. Absolutely untouched. He continues this run, closing the gap to just 1 round. He's really starting to lean into that favorite status. He settles things back down, reclaiming a 2-round advantage. He is fighting hard to overturn that massive career deficit. He just shuts that down, clearing Havoc right off the ramp to keep this rally going. He is starting to look every bit the favorite in this set. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way all the way back to level the score. The pressure is shifting completely onto Havoc now. Havoc barely keeps the lead as we hit round 11. Havoc is really fighting to flip their head-to-head record today. Havoc holds a 7-5 advantage as we switch sides. Well, he's defying the long-term head-to-head trends by keeping a slim lead over the favorite. We'll see if Catalyst can close this gap in the second half. Let's see if Catalyst adapts. Havoc's current form is an absolute anomaly compared to his record in this rivalry. He's normally at a severe disadvantage across their history. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this poise throughout the rest of the map. Havoc is just too sharp right now, utilizing that window position to widen the gap once again. He's really defying those historical odds today. Havoc is pulling away now, leading 10-6. He is putting on a clinic for his career record today. Catalyst manages to pick him right off the planks, proving he's still very much in this. The top 5 seed is finally starting to make his presence felt. Havoc just shut that down instantly. He is really capitalizing on the momentum right now. He just puts an end to that mini rally, putting himself in a prime spot to close this out. He denies the game point by taking Havoc right off the ramp. He's showing some real resilience in this late game stretch. He's keeping the dream alive, shutting down the attempt to end this right here. He's finally finding the gaps in that defense. He keeps pushing the pace, picking Havoc off the ramp for his 3rd straight win. That's the confidence you'd expect from a top-tier seed. Unreal. He's just completely shut the door on that lead with a 4th straight victory. Absolutely stunning. He levels the map and forces this battle into overtime. Just completely outclassed him there. That's 6 straight for the favorite. Absolutely flawless execution on that final exchange. And Havoc responds immediately, shutting down that momentum with a clean shot from the ramp. Both these guys are playing incredibly high level right now. Havoc has a genuine chance here, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up. A massive shift from their usual dynamic today. A pure display of strength as he holds the ramp and brings the series back to a dead heat. A deadlock as we head back into the server. Havoc manages to pick him right off that wine box, moving one step closer to victory. A very crisp shot to seize a narrow lead. What a finish! Havoc closes it out with another huge play from the ramp to secure the win. He's just completely rewritten the script for this rivalry in a huge overtime thriller. Just an incredible performance to secure the series. What a match! Phantom owns a substantial 77% overall advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, looking at his superior map win rate here, he should have the upper hand. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can keep up this level of play. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another effortless win to put the pressure on. He shows some real grit here, clawing back around to keep things interesting. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. Another fast reaction, and he continues this sudden surge of momentum. Exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. A fierce exchange ends with him securing the lead, effectively erasing the early deficit. He looks completely locked in compared to the start. A crisp read from Catalyst, taking the round without taking any damage. He's really playing his best today compared to those last 10 games. Absolute precision here to level the playing field at 4-4. We've officially hit a deadlock in this contest. He just wipes Catalyst right off that box, taking total control of the pace. And just like that, Catalyst forces a tie. The top seed is looking very human in this one. Catalyst is making a really strong push here, simply outplaying the world #1 in this current stretch. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst after 12 rounds. He's performing exactly as we'd expect today. He'll need to maintain this pace if he wants to keep the world #1 at bay. Time for a clean slate. A hard-fought exchange, but he manages to shut things down to bring the score to 6-7. He needs a few more clean rounds to reclaim his lead. Another flawless engagement for Phantom, and he's officially squared this thing up at 7-7. It's definitely getting more comfortable for the underdog in this series. Catalyst edges ahead now, taking an 8-7 lead. What a fight! Both were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of life. Unreal, he's practically dancing on the edge of defeat right now. He's just not letting up, putting a serious dent in that early comeback. He's putting on a clinic right now, stacking up another win to reach double digits. A methodical encounter that ends with him finally halting that slide. He's certainly proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. He's refusing to go away, finding another win to close the gap to 9-11. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. He secures another one from the box, and this comeback is starting to look very real. A tense scramble ends with him securing the victory, and now he's just one round away from the win. It's a surprising position to be in for the top seed. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to claim the victory. Coming into this, he was supposed to be the one in control, but those reactions were just too sharp. An incredible result for the underdog. What a game! Phantom normally holds a massive advantage in this head-to-head, winning 67% of their past encounters. It makes this early lead for Havoc all the more surprising. We're seeing a potential shift in momentum right out of the gate. Phantom claws back the lead, pushing it to 2-1. He is definitely playing like the top seed on the ladder. We've got a dead heat here, with both players trading rounds back and forth. It is an interesting clash of forms for these two. Havoc edges ahead, taking a tight 3-2 lead. The number 1 seed is having a tough time getting started. Phantom strikes back, and we are all square at 3 apiece. Havoc is certainly punching up against the world number 1. Phantom is starting to separate himself here, taking control of the map with those 2 quick wins. Absolutely effortless. He's simply taking over this match right now. The gap in their overall win rates is becoming quite apparent. Another flawless exchange. He's just completely shifted the momentum in his favor. He is simply untouchable right now, picking up another win to push the lead to 7-3. Havoc managed to get a round back before the players switch sides. The rank 6 player is showing some real grit here. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected things to go. The top seed really flexed his muscle with a strong 5-round run to seize control. Let's see if Havoc can regroup. Phantom had a strong performance in their most recent head-to-head, taking the win on the previous map. And it looks like he's trying to maintain that mental edge here. Havoc is fighting back, but it will be tough to overcome that historical gap. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The skill level of the world leader is on full display. Phantom is really starting to pull away now. He's in total control of this one. He's really capitalizing on his overall experience in this pair. Phantom extends his cushion to 10-7 after that win. He's certainly not intimidated by the world number 1. Havoc secures another one from the ramp, keeping this rally alive. He's definitely starting to find some answers in these exchanges. Phantom is really tightening the noose here, putting a lot of pressure on Havoc to respond. Havoc is showing some serious heart, continuing this push to narrow the gap. He's fighting hard to keep this series alive. A completely clean shot to keep the pressure on, continuing his climb back into this game. That halts the comeback cold and puts the leader on the edge of victory. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked player to recover from. Havoc refuses to go quietly, securing this exchange to stay in the fight. This is getting far more competitive than anyone expected. And there it is. A perfect final shot closes the door, securing the victory for Phantom. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, especially with that insane reaction time on his fastest round. What a fight! Catalyst is looking incredibly strong on this map with a 74% win rate over a massive sample size. It's an edge that matches his historical dominance in their head-to-head record. The real question is if Havoc can ever get a foothold here. Havoc needs a huge response now that Catalyst leads 2-1. It's a tight race between the 5th and 6th ranked players. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat early on, really putting the pressure on Havoc right now. Just a tight margin separating these two on the ladder. Catalyst handles the duel from the ramp, and the gap is starting to widen here. He's looking incredibly sharp after that 13-10 victory over Phantom. He just completely dismantled Havoc right off the ramp to take a commanding lead. A heavy contrast to how things went in their previous meeting. The streak is fully ignited now, moving him to a huge 6-1 lead. The higher rated player is definitely showing his class. Havoc finally puts a stop to that run, clearing him off the Tetris. He's showing some resilience after that tough set against Phantom. Catalyst is currently pushing a nearly 70% win rate in their lifelong history together. Well, this is a heavy blow for Havoc, who seems completely outclassed in this particular series. He needs a fundamental change in approach to get this back on track. Absolute control from him as he puts another one in the books, maintaining that pressure deep into the first half. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a very comfortable start for the favorite. He's simply outplayed Havoc in every trade so far. Let's see how Havoc resets. Catalyst really knows how to utilize the high ground here, just casually picking him off from the Tetris. The top 5 seed is really asserting himself right now. Catalyst is making these look easy. He's practically teleporting across the screen right now. Havoc takes a smart fight from the ramp to get back in this. He's usually the one coming out on top in these pairs. What an effortless read on the opponent, putting him just one round away from victory. A textbook performance from the higher seeded pro so far. And that is it. He finishes the job from the ramp to close out the series. He just looked far too clean today. A really one-sided affair from start to finish for the top 5 seed. Phantom holds a significant lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because Catalyst has actually won the vast majority of their most recent clashes. He'll be looking to keep that trend going if he wants to stay competitive here. Total control from Phantom, who just walked through that round without taking a single hit. The #1 seed is making a statement early. Catalyst answers back from the ramp, proving he's not going to just fold under the pressure. He needed to find some stability after that shaky start. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-1. He's looking every bit the #1 seed right now. He's refusing to let the match slip away, bringing the score to 4-2. He's proving the pre-match predictions were a bit too optimistic for Phantom. Phantom has put in some serious work today, coming into this series with a 22-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's giving him a lot of confidence and a clear edge in momentum. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to break that strike. Phantom had no trouble flushing him out of that Tetris spot for another fast round. He's definitely playing like the top seed on the ladder today. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with just a sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. A completely clean exchange for Catalyst, who continues to chip away at the deficit. The pressure is really shifting onto the top seed now. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. It's a dead heat right now. Catalyst is fighting back hard, but the underdogs are proving they can hang with the favorites in a tight battle. Time to see who blinks first. He secures the advantage, raining down fire from the Tetris to shut him down. That's a really clean way to take the lead. He's completely untouchable right now, continuing his surge to move 2 rounds clear. It's getting harder for the favorite to find a way back. Phantom claws back to 7-8, narrowing the gap. Coming into this one with an impressive all-time record in their favor. Phantom puts the pressure back on by utilizing that height advantage to secure the round. Everything is back to a dead-even split between these two. He's completely taking over the map now, securing his 3rd straight point. Catalyst manages to fight his way back into this, leveling the score at 9-9. This fight is becoming a total toss-up. Phantom puts himself back in control at 10-9. He's showing exactly why he holds the #1 spot on the ladder. The tension is reaching a breaking point here. These two are just trading blows right now. Every time one of them gains an inch, the other is right there to take it back. Phantom secures this one from the ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from the victory. The momentum is swinging wildly back into his favor. What a finish. He somehow digs deep to close out the series after nearly being deleted from the server. That was an absolute war of attrition between two of the best in the league. He's finally snapped that losing skid against him. What a battle. Havoc gets the early lead by controlling the wine, starting this one off strong. Phantom comes in with a commanding 67% win rate in their head-to-head history, and looking at how those two have traded rounds so far, it seems the gap in skill is starting to show. We'll see if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that momentum. He's just too fast right now, extending the lead with an effortless kill. The top seed is definitely making his presence felt. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another one without taking a single hit. He secures another win from the wine, holding a massive advantage now. He's definitely living up to that top spot on the ladder. A tough trade here, but Havoc manages to walk away as the survivor. Coming off a tough 4-13 loss to Catalyst earlier. Phantom has been incredibly productive today, going 23-11 in his matches over the last 24 hours. It's clear that consistency is the main difference between these two right now. The big question is if Havoc can find any way to slow him down. He's simply too sharp right now, securing his third consecutive round without taking any damage. Havoc finds a way to get back on the board, keeping the game interesting as we approach the break. He's really fighting for every single round today. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated. The world number one is putting his skill on display and firmly controlling the pace of this match. Time for a fresh start. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's showing that he can definitely compete with the top seed. Both players landed heavy shots here, but he's managed to outlast the world number one to keep the rally going. Phantom extends his cushion to 9-6 with that win. A strong performance by the number one rated guy so far. Phantom secures that pick from the wine, effectively shutting down any hope of another rally from Havoc. Phantom maintains a comfortable 10-7 lead as we head in. He's fighting a tough uphill battle today. He is refusing to back down, stacking up another victory to keep this comeback alive. He's definitely finding a way to claw back into this. He's on a roll now, continuing this incredible surge to bring the score within one. The underdog is making his mark in this series. Absolutely unbelievable. He's now completely leveled the score, ending the world number one's run and wiping the slate clean. A sudden response from the favorite to reclaim the lead. He looks a lot more confident than he did in their last meeting. A chaotic exchange of shots, but he walks away with the victory to put himself on match point. He's starting to look like the favorite again. What a way to close it out. He completely shuts the door to secure the series. Havoc really pushed him to the limit in those closing rounds, showing a whole lot of heart today. He just couldn't find that final spark. What a fight. Catalyst has looked nearly unbeatable in this head-to-head rivalry, winning over 69% of their previous encounters. He's looking to sustain that psychological edge after a dominant performance in their last meeting. Now we see if Havoc can find a way to break the cycle. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the map from the ramp. He's certainly looking more confident after that rough stretch lately. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. These two are completely matched. Both of these players are currently operating within the top quartile of the ladder. Havoc is really starting to climb a mountain here, fighting back to build a lead in this set. He is really starting to turn the tide against the number 5 seed. Havoc is pulling away now, leading 4-2. A nice way to shake off that recent slump. A fierce scramble here, but he secures the edge and puts a huge dent in the opposition's momentum. This is a far cry from that 13-4 blowout their last game. He holds the advantage from the red and manages to secure the trade, showing some serious grit. He manages to secure another round from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb. A huge swing in the energy here. Unreal. Both players were almost out of health, but he just barely edged it out to take the lead. Quite a shift from his recent 11-24 record today. Havoc has faced a really tough stretch lately, including that 11-24 record over the last day. But he's playing with a completely different level of confidence right now. He's managed to push this close, and it feels like he's finally shaking off those previous losses. Havoc holds a strong 8-4 lead heading into the break. You know, it's a shock seeing the underdog put up this kind of fight. Catalyst usually controls this matchup, but is completely off his game today. Catalyst finally answers back, cutting that gap to 5-8. He's definitely trying to claw back some of that prestige. What a fight. He barely scrapes through from the ramp, winning that duel by a hair. It's a huge mental victory for the guy currently sitting in the 6th spot. Catalyst is definitely leaning into his strengths, claiming the vantage point on the ramp to secure that one. Looking back, it's a strange day for the number 6 seed. He finds a precise shot from the ramp to extend his run to 2 straight. He's starting to look more like the favorite we expected. Absolutely wild. He somehow pulls through this war of attrition with a single health point left. He's absolutely refusing to let this slip away. Unbelievable. He completely wipes the slate clean to bring this set back to a dead heat. Havoc wins the exchange from the ramp to regain a slender lead. The gap between these two is nearly non-existent on the ladder. Havoc has all the momentum right now, putting his opponent on the defensive with a couple more fast rounds. The momentum is shifting away from the top seed. Absolutely brutal. He manages to shut down that run and puts his opponent right on the edge. What a show of strength from Catalyst, holding that ramp and keeping his hopes alive. He really needs to dig deep to avoid a major upset. A total shutdown of that play, showing some serious mental strength to keep this fight alive. Unbelievable strength from the number 6 seed, forcing this series into a complete deadlock. Absolute perfection. He's just completely erased any trace of his earlier struggle to take a commanding lead. He's just refusing to let this match go to overtime. He just cannot be stopped, towering over the opposition from the ramp to keep the streak alive. A complete reversal of fortune in this set. He just won't slow down, moving within a single step of victory. He's certainly making up for that shaky start to the series. A clean shot to keep things interesting, showing some serious resolve from the underdog. That was a lightning fast exchange for the round. He's just refusing to let this match end, holding strong to bring the deficit back to 1. Absolute chaos of a finish to this overtime battle. What a brawl! He barely survives the encounter to pull this set even. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange to keep the score level. Catalyst barely clings to a thin lead at 16-15. A total deadlock at 16 apiece. What a thriller! Havoc seizes control again, moving ahead 17-16. This is really starting to look like a complete toss-up. Neither man will budge. We are stuck at 17 apiece. It's become a complete war of attrition at this stage. Catalyst takes a narrow lead, putting him up 18-17. The pressure is mounting on the challenger now. Catalyst pushes ahead to a 19-17 cushion. He managed to close out the deal in the end, but he was pushed to the brink. That's a heroic effort from Havoc to nearly pull off the upset here. What a fight! What a scrap. Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Phantom has the clear historical edge here, with a 65% win rate on this map. It's no surprise that the top-rated player in the league is currently dictating the tempo. We have to see if Catalyst can actually find a way to answer back. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. Unbelievable. He barely walked away from that one, surviving by a single heartbeat to keep the momentum going. Complete shutdown. He's just not letting Catalyst back into this map. What a fight! He managed to claw back from the edge of defeat to maintain this run. He's currently sitting as the #1 ranked player in our ratings. Catalyst enters back quickly with a crisp headshot to keep this close. He's certainly proving that he can trade blows with the world #1. The all-time records show Phantom winning over half of their encounters. It's still impressive to see Catalyst clawing back like this after that tight loss in their most recent match today. He's certainly playing with an edge right now. Phantom is just run away now, leading 8-3. The top 5 are really clashing today. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 cushion into the break, and honestly this is a shocking turn, since everyone expected Catalyst to run away with this. He just looks completely lost against that 4-round run. Time to see if Catalyst rebounds. Phantom's dominating the lobby, stretching that lead to 10-3. He's really making his latest win over Catalyst look like a pattern. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. Phantom is just too fast for him. He's completely outclassing him right now, needing just one more to end this match. Catalyst grabs this one from the box, showing he's still fighting despite the deficit. That was a sharp response to get the point back. Wow, what a grueling brawl. He barely walks away from that one, just barely surviving a total war of attrition. He's on fire, utilizing the box to secure yet another round in this surprising surge. And there it is. He closes it out perfectly to seal the victory. He just looked completely untouchable tonight. That's another one in the books for the world #1.